Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Entrecompfood final conference. I'm really happy that today we gathered here. It's not a huge number, but it's very important people. I think you are key players that we can contribute to the entrepreneurship competence in the future. So I'm really happy that we gathered and that today you took the time to be here with us and to listen to our story, what we did in the project, and also to stay till the end and listen to the stories of similar projects and initiatives that are happening in the field of food and entrepreneurship, because it's really important that we find synergies in these two areas. I'm very happy that we came here to Brussels, and the project that we are presenting today is about applying Entrecomp to attract young people to the first manufacturing sector in the agri-food industry. And I want to engage you by taking your phones out just the first time, and I hope you will not use them afterwards so much, to describe with one word what entrepreneurship is to you. So you just take your mobile phone out. Sorry, we don't see the number. Yeah, okay. So I think this will not work. That's a nice observation I got now. Yeah. Yeah, password. So maybe we do just a walking exercise and you just say it out loud. So I start from here. I don't know. I don't know, maybe. I can pick up one. Mindset. Mindset. So who's with mindset? Does anyone read and raise their hand? So we can. Of course. Wow. So that's for you, competitiveness. Competitiveness. Anyone else who gives you competitiveness? Entrepreneurship. Yes. Resilience. Resilience? I didn't raise a question, but seriously. This is the first thing to show that you raise a hand. Innovation. Innovation. Definitely. I'm sorry. I will stop. Strong will. Also, very understanding your customer. Also, yeah. The entrepreneurship people say yes, it's very important. Okay, I will not torture you too long. So I can do the concept. I apologize. But thank you for staying with me and to do this exercise. So we got few important words what entrepreneurship is. And I think this is very nice. And to just go on with our program, it's really my big pleasure to present you Dana to join us here. I met her with Entrecomp community, and I must say when I took the role of leading the Entrecomp project, I got a new job at our Chamber of Commerce in Slovenia, and it was also a new challenge to lead the project. And not only to lead the project, but I got really an amazing support from Dana and the whole Entrecomp community that is behind her, because we met several times and they were very open to share their knowledge and their experience. And this was really something that helped me a lot to move the project forward. And Dana is always so positive, and I like her optimistic way a lot. And she's not only working for DG Grow as I don't know how we know, maybe some people, but she's really special because she also does coaching and she does a lot of efforts in supporting young women entrepreneurs. And I'm very sorry that for the picture I didn't choose the woman as a superhero. But she's definitely an inspiration for me to also think about women as entrepreneurs. So Dana, thank you.
Nice introduction words. Um, you made me think when we actually started this project, because there were two projects, and you guys here are a little bit the pioneers and the champions because you were in a sectors, and we didn't think about that. And I have to say one thing, now that William is here, this project was not written by me because I was also relatively new in the job. So I was in the commission, but in a different part. And it was written by someone called Simone Baldassare, who unfortunately passed away. But he has been someone who really supported the entrepreneurial mindset for something like, at least I know, 18 years. So since 2006, I think it was an Oslo conference on it. So even before the 2010, when Barroso said we want Europe to be more entrepreneurial. So he really was an advocate, and I want to give him credit because he's done a lot to support that. And unfortunately, he got sick, and somehow I got his job because he was sick. So somebody asked me one day, "Look, he has to be on sick leave. Do you want to do this?" And it really appeals to me because of this, what I said, because of this entrepreneurial mindset. So this mindset is not necessarily to create a business, and William also knows that we spend our time talking to people. It's not only to create the business. Maybe you will create it, but it's to be entrepreneurial in what you do. You can be a professor and be entrepreneurial. You can be a doctor. I am an employee of the European Commission, and I consider myself an entrepreneurial employee. Because what I do is not, if you look at my job description, it doesn't look at all what you said, Rushka, with what I do. And this, and I am asked a lot, people come to me, say, how do you do this? The commission is a bureaucratic organization. How do you do it? I said, this is how we should interpret any job we have, even if it's our business or not. We should look at what can we grow. Okay, there are some, usually there is a structure, a job description or something, if you have a business, you want to grow your business or produce something or serve something. But it's not only that, on that you can build a lot. And this is where the entrepreneurial mindset comes in. And William is going to show you the competencies. And we truly believe this. So at the commission, I work in a unit called the SME policy unit. So we're supposed to help SMEs. Well, guess what? SMEs, small and medium enterprises, it's most of the companies, because we don't have so many big companies. So we're supposed to support them. We have some tools in place, and my portfolio is entrepreneurship education and supporting women entrepreneurs, like you said. And why women? Because we support young people too as a separate category, because we see that young people and women still have some barriers to face when they want to become entrepreneurs or when they want to be entrepreneurial. There's still some barriers that are related to stereotypes that are not related necessarily to the competencies that they have. And that's why we put a lot of emphasis on competencies. And what is competencies? You guys know? I ask this a lot. I see you nodding. So it's the knowledge, the skills, and plus one, the mindset, the attitude. What do I do with it? Because if I have the knowledge and the skills, but I go and sit on it at home or I go sit in an office and do nothing with it, it's not going to help me. So that's why we put a lot of emphasis on competency nowadays at the commission. So we try to promote that. And my job, in a sense, is to kind of find people like you in sectors, in areas, and spread this entrepreneurial mindset, because we know it's going to help you to make you more competitive, to produce more. And I know when I met Usha in the beginning, he said, yes, to attract young people who are leaving the sectors. And this is not the only sector where we need more young people. So we believe that this mindset is helping businesses, is helping young people. In some of my projects now, I even work with young kids. So I was not trained to work with kids, but I trained myself. So in the projects that I have to support women, I said, well, we need to support girls. So now we start at the age of 9 to teach them these entrepreneurial competencies, added a little bit of digital competencies because they go hand in hand. I know for people out there, it doesn't make sense to differentiate. We differentiate them because we have different European competence frameworks. We put these documents out there. Some other colleagues produce them. But when you come to people, like, it's not only entrepreneurial, it's digital. Now we have green com, we have the financial literacy. And when I talk to women, they always say financial literacy. Give us courses on that, teach us how to be proficient in that. So in a sense, we work with more competencies. So even my work now, it's not only entrepreneurship. So entrepreneurship is the base, but I added some other competencies because they're needed. So in a sense, what I want to tell you today is like, you are champions here. You've done it in a sector. Please continue to spread it and take the learning, because this it's the only project we have where we implemented this in a sector. And it's kind of like a guinea pig and it's important that to show others, that you show, look, are the results. These are our successes, and that's why important. The entrepreneurship mindset is important. So it's to spread it to others so that we achieve this scale impact. So this is what we're looking for. If in 10 years I go and everybody knows about it, they implement it in schools, I will be happy, because we're looking both formal and informal education. We still need to work a lot that educators understand that it's important. So in a sense, you are educators because you've done this project, and now you can educate other people basically to achieve their full potential. All right. Thank you, and good luck in what you do, and be entrepreneurial.
It gives us really a strong path to follow, high expectations. So I hope we manage to reach them. For the next speaker, I invite William. Luckily today it's the first time I met him in person, so COVID restrictions. He comes from DG Employment, Social Affairs and Inclusion, and it's also one of the Entrecomp pillars. Working with Entrecomp since beginning, it was published, and has many experience, and I hope to get some insights from him today as well.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. I sent a slide, but I didn't. Sorry.
Show the flag. Show
Yes.
case. Yes.
I'll organize.
No problem. So while we're waiting, so thank you and good morning, everybody. Congratulations on reaching this milestone with the project. Dana has set the scene perfectly in terms of the work we try and do on encouraging entrepreneurship as a competence, the entrepreneurial mindset, and opening up this broad understanding of what entrepreneurship is as a competence and what we hope we can achieve. The first thing I want to say to you is that the President of the Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, announced in the State of the Union last year that 2023 is the European Year of Skills. So this really is a very welcome development for us. So we get to see a focus and an emphasis on skills during the course of 2023, and it's very timely and nice. I think that you'll be concluding and reaching this milestone with your project during the year. So certainly when you're promoting the results and announcing the outcomes and the deliverables afterwards, really emphasize that you have been working on entrepreneurship, and it is one of the key skills that we need to talk about. We say, I use the term skills as a catch-all term, but of course I mean the entrepreneurship competence and all that contains, like Dana was just saying. The ambition around the European Year of Skills is to address in the Commission proposal is to address the specific issue of skill shortages in the labour market. The nature of all of learning is rapidly changing. The way we live, learn, and work, as we know, is transformed during COVID. You ran so much of this project during COVID, so you were probably very familiar with the challenges around that. And now looking at that, the nature of work, the nature of the rapidly changing labour market, this European Year of Skills is going to focus on how we specifically address those skill shortages, and what are the skills that we do need for the future of work. And I'm absolutely convinced that the entrepreneurial mindset is the competence. And like Dana was explaining, it's a combination of knowledge, skills, attitudes, and behaviours that we'll all need to succeed in our careers and in the workplace, but of course in life more broadly as well. More than 10 years ago, the Entrecomp was created as a beginning point, as a starting point for answering this question: what is entrepreneurship? What is entrepreneurial competence? And it's not an easy question, but the nature of EU work on skills, education, training, labour market is we want to be a multiplier, a facilitator, an enabler. Skills and education training is a competence of the member states. But by working on this project around the competence framework, we got to really bring together inspirational people practitioners, experts, people who are able to talk about what entrepreneurship means and create this tool. And it really is an inspiring tool. I've used it myself just as part of using some of the self-assessment tools that have been developed on foot of Entrecomp to just guide my own work and steps in my career. It's an open, universal tool. It is about helping us understand what are entrepreneurial competences and really achieving this open, broad perspective on Entrecomp. It gives us all the building blocks we need to go into any level of detail, whether it's a broad understanding, designing courses, facilitating career guidance, supporting people in work, supporting people throughout their life. The first building block with the competence framework is the definition, and everything else builds and moves forward from the definition. Entrepreneurship as a competence is the capacity to act upon opportunities and ideas to create value for others. So this is by its nature an open and universal definition, but there still is a lot within this definition. This first sentence, it's about, identifying opportunities and the ideas to create value for others. So it's about making, a contribution, creating that value. And as you can see, the value can be social, cultural, or financial. So yes, certainly when we instinctively think of the word entrepreneurial, it does think of being business startups and working in competitive areas. But we really do want to instill the idea that the value that can be created by an entrepreneurial mindset is very broad and can happen in any area of life and in any area of work. We've even had stakeholders in the past who have asked us to reconsider the name Entrecomp or reconsider the name entrepreneurial because they really want to change the perspectives and ensure there's a broad understanding of it. So like Dana was saying, and as we've emphasized, this is about entrepreneurship for all aspects of life and ensuring the types of taking action and the ideas, the opportunities, and enabling and using resources in whatever area of work you may be in. So this definition then deconstructed into the three key areas that you see of taking action, forming ideas, grasping opportunities, and using the resources that are available to you. These are further deconstructed into 15 individual competences. So these are the 15 competences that make up the entrepreneurial mindset. And they touch on really a very broad range of competences. And of course, they overlap with other areas and intersect. This is the nature of competences and how we learn and the skills we need for life. But it seeks to be expansive and as comprehensive as possible so that if you want to sit down and begin to really enable learners, enable workers, job seekers, people throughout their lives to have the skills they need to be adaptive and creative, work in teams, and develop visions, plan, like Dana mentioned, have financial resilience or financial planning skills. They're all mapped out in here. Within each of these 15 competences, they're further broken down into threads and further broken down into learning outcomes. So still high level, still open, universal, but they're nevertheless detailed learning outcomes that can be used and adapted if you're designing curricula, if you're designing courses, if you're trying to identify skills gaps or understand the skills that people have or the skills they need to be developed. So we've just been really trying to work to support, I won't say systematic use of Entrecomp, but quite targeted and efficient use of Entrecomp since 2016 when it was first launched. And really it's the projects like this today and the other projects and practitioners and experts who've been inspiring us and motivating us by the ways in which they've used Entrecomp and the different projects. You'll see that there's a number of publications that have been developed over time, including Entrecomp into Action, which is a really inspiring resource of hundreds of case studies and ways in which Entrecomp has been used to enable lifelong learning, employability, and use for specific target groups. And like Dana was saying, we're so happy today that this project is going to be producing its outcome soon and giving maybe more inspiration for the use of Entrecomp. When we started this project, we started drafting this project, we're saying with our colleague Simone, close to 5 years ago, the process is long, policy making is long, change takes time. But we're happy to see that even in that time that Entrecomp has become better well known and is endorsed and actively used. It's endorsed in our policy papers and our political actions coming out of the Commission, but really its use and the inspiration for it is coming from you, the practitioners. And I guess if you're all here this morning, hopefully you're already a fan. So there's lots of information online, and we can circulate it afterwards through the group to unpack Entrecomp and understand it and apply it in the ways that you see fit through your project. And as I say, I think it's a very useful starting point for any type of work where you may be forming visions, wanting to enable change, looking at supporting staff, or reflecting on yourself and your own skills. And we're seeing more and more use, more and more translations and adaptations of it across different settings. So thank you for bringing Entrecomp to life through the project, and I wish you well with the rest of the meeting. Thank you.
So now it's my turn to tell you about the project. So to know what we did. I really like the words of Dana that she said, you have a job description, but what you do depends on you. And this is something that is really staying in my mind more and more. And I also learned a lot of things during the project, and this is definitely one of them as well. So be encouraged, be inspired, and be proactive. It's definitely something that is driving me to push forward, and that's why I have the Italian team here that I really pushed to have them here because they're important. I have the Martin from Entrecompfood here that I really wanted to have them here because to spread as much as possible what we did in the project, because with the good project partners, we did some crucial elements, and today it's our moment to shine. And I count on you that at the end of the day, we come more connected to each other, and that maybe we find some future activities that we can do and to encourage each other to go further in this topic. So why the project and why entrepreneurship? We see actually what is the problem in our food sector, that we are not attracting young people to come to work in our companies, especially food factories, because the salaries are not as high as in pharmaceutical industry or as high as in auto industry. They are not that good. Also, we have a lack of notoriety of the companies, and also establishment of sites in rural areas. On the other side, what we see, what the young people are looking for is a flexible working time. They are not encouraged to work for lower money with fixed timing to start in a factory at 5 o'clock till 2. They like home office and they like income independence. And this is something that entrepreneurship can give them. So it's an advantage. So by now you haven't realized what is Entrecomp. It's a word we were struggling a lot as well. This is actually the entrepreneurship competence framework that was published in 2016 by GRC, so Joint Research Center from European Commission. It was very interesting study. I have read it, and it was really based on literature review, inventory practices, case studies, and they did a lot of analysis and everything to get
representative from communities, from regions, from national level funding agencies, ministries, European level, GNCs, EFSAs, and so on, global levels, FAOs, or One Planet networks. So we have tried to do that on the public and the private side. So we can bring here and go back to data. We also have included the foundations, because I don't know if you work a lot with foundations, it was not mentioned in the presentation of the young students, but the budget of foundations is somewhat larger than the budget of the European Commission. In total, about 10,000 foundations in Europe have a total budget of 1,300 billion euros. They have out of that a running budget per year of 80 billion euros. So for all kinds of, let's say, the out-of-box structure. So it's an enormous sum. And their mother organization, Filia, which represent those foundations, are a partner in our network. So we hope that they make this work possible, and also for you, that they help the young entrepreneurs to build solutions in this area. Now, there are others which I forgot, but with Rui is, of course, active in our network. Seki, the science community, is active, and for which I'm sometimes active. There are some others as well. What, if we are building this partnership, what are the topics that are of relevance that we need to develop? We need to develop something about food system approaches. Fantastic, we talk about it, everyone, and we need to foster, we need to transition, but what do we need? That's a big question. You can write it 50 times in a document and then you think we work on food system approaches. But the first question is that if you're a system engineer, I'm not, I'm just a very basic, simple physicist. But if you ask them, it is driver, which is impacting activities, which is leading to outcomes and their feedback and feed forwards. That's the most way. But if you look at the project, there's nearly nobody that already fulfills this very basic requirement. Second is, they often say, yeah, we have multi-actors, but multi-actors can be as that as possible. I remember Dutch parties where we're all sitting in a circle with multi-actors and we didn't say a word. I did that party, then nothing moves. If you are in Italy and you are with multi-actors at a party, you don't hear anything anymore. It's a chaos. But so that's the other side. Somewhere in between, we have to balance this multi-actors, and then you can do something together. So I think all those topics needs to get a sense in this partnership. Develop co-funding strategies. I think one issue which is very important for the audience here is the co-creation cases, which needs to be collected, analyzed, and how can they serve for others in Europe, as an example. The universities, they often have campuses, and already mentioned, which are very entrepreneurial, and we work on the topics that are mentioned there finally as well. So what is the idea? This partnership as a bird, it should be able to fly, it should be able to contribute something to our environment. This it should be capable of learning and adapting its courses based on the activities that will be done in the partnership. Now that's an image of how the partnership should function. What are then the skills needed? And then I stop also for the time, but I have some additional slides for you that you can use as homework if you wish. I think for the skills needed, the first is working collectively. We all realize that we have some good skills, but we have many more weaker skills. Luckily, that allows us to work together with others. But how to recognize them? Who is the out-of-the-box thinker? Who is the one who is the executor, or how is the one who is the manager in it, or how is the one who makes everything running? To work as a team is far from easy. You need to be confronted with your own weak points and do that in the correct way. So it's fantastic. I was trained in it when I was young, and I always had coaches. My secretary was my best coach. He was so much better in effectively working than I did. So I learned a lot from her. Take people who are not afraid to say where you're not. So I think that this is working collectively is easy to say, but difficult to do. I think we need to have a little bit an understanding about what does it mean thinking about food systems and also having a place in it as a company. If you're today we talk a lot about circular economy. Now, first, it doesn't exist. But second, in a circular economy, if you are positioning yourself as a company, you become, if you look to the word, the meaning of it, you become supplier and demander at the same time. So you become responsible for what you produce, not only for others, but even for yourself. That changes something fundamentally in your way. That can be after many steps, but you will always be confronted with what you're doing. That will definitely change your way of doing your business. So I think to think about it is very important, and maybe we need to have many discussions about it. I also don't know it, but interesting, it needs to be dated with others who are really working. I think we need to know something about how food systems evolve. It's a very important point. I come back to this definition of weekend. Whatever we do, we should not compromise our future generations. What does that mean? It means that the music that we hear today should also be heard by others. So the musical wave should never die out. What is the characteristics of a musical wave? It's kind of a balancing pattern. And what is characteristic for a balancing pattern? That is balances between two limits, lower limit and an upper limit. Why do we have sustainable development goals which only have a lower limit, not an upper limit? So is that then an indicator for sustainability? Yes or no? I think those questions we need to ask ourselves. Are we able to provide future systems that are really sustainable in the meaning that was given to them? And I think that is also at the community question that we need to ask ourselves. So there are questions in that sense, the thinking and working in systemic ways and seeking synergies. I've just given some ammunition for you. You may ask myself, yeah, this is all abstract and so on. Yeah, definitely, you're right. But we do it not for nothing. We try to preserve our rich cultural heritage and do it in a way that hopefully makes sense for our future generation. We can do it in ways where all people are involved in. I've used this image many times. We use it at the core of our food policy project. And why? Not that game theory, economists say game theory is coming from economy. That's not true, it's coming from mathematics. But what is the advantage of using a game that all people can play with it? You can play with your citizens, with your neighbor. If you're going to talk about food systems, your neighbor will run away and try to find it somewhere else. If you're going to talk about food systems as a game, it could be that your neighbor becomes interested and also lines to help to work to the solution of tomorrow. So you can use concepts that are so interesting that hopefully all people will join. I will skip all the others because otherwise you fall asleep. That is not my main ambition. I like to say a final word. The Commission in its Green Deal and Farm to Fork strategy puts in fact something that I think is a trigger for us. We often discuss sustainability of food systems from a very, very negative perspective. It's true, if you look at climate changes today, if you look at the uncertainties we face about the food prices, which are driving a lot of families really crazy how to buy food today or tomorrow. So in a way, it's not an easy and it's not a positive story. But we have luckily in food also something that makes us happy, and that's the quality which was shown by the other. I think that should be our driver. How, from a gastronomic point of view, we can change our course in such a way that we help us and reduce instead lower waste and so on and so on. I think it is in the farm to fork strategy. It is a little bit hidden, but I think we have as a community, we have an option to change our courses, and let's do it with at least a positive intention. I'd like to thank you for your.
Thank you so much. I'm very convinced that in the next few years we are going to listen to the football projects everywhere, and I'm convinced that it's like the triggering of new things for all of us and news. And last but not least, we have the presentation of Lisa Fountain Walter from Vivo Fountain. She's going to present the all behind the cookery and ambassador training and to support young food chain makers in translating an innovative idea into action, discovered model and reliance on Y&B on 7 different innovative ideas. Sorry, I don't know if I did very well. Thank you very much, Lisa.
Thank you. And yeah, I am the last person standing between you and some drinks, so apologies. I will go to something very, very tangible and very concrete, so I hope it will help to keep you awake. So my name is Lisa. I am working since about a little less than 1 year for Ilvo, and I'm working on the Coco Reado project. The aim of this project is to reconnect consumers and farm producers on one side. On the other hand, we also want to improve the position of the farmers in the value chain. And how do we want to do this? Well, the Coco Reado was not accidental. We want to co-create the solutions, and we co-create them together with our ambassadors. So these are our ambassadors. We're pleased it's public, not all of them, but most of them. They are more of a group of about 40 young-ish food change makers from all over Europe. Some of them are actual farmers, some of them are journalists, some of them have a zero food waste restaurant, for example. So they're all something with food, passionate about food is what combines them, and willing to change the existing food system. And doing such a thing is, of course, a big challenge. So we try to support them in that. They are not reimbursed for their time, so they come to us solidarily. We just provide food, lodging, and travel. And of course, we try to inspire them through our ambassador trainings. We have in total 3 trainings during the lifetime of the project. Each training is 2.5 days. And it's always the same group of ambassadors, so they get to know each other. Another tool that we use to help them to create solutions for the current food system is our seed initiatives. It's basically startup ideas coming from our investors. They were all asked to submit their ideas inside the project. These ideas will have to have some aspect of course, reconnecting farmers and consumers, improving the position of farming and value chain, to have some kind of focus, of course. So we asked them to submit ideas. We got 20 submissions. 6 of those were selected. And what was in it for them? Why would they want to be selected? They would get a small budget. The budget would only, unfortunately, be used for organizing workshops in their local regions. And also we would use the ambassador training, the second ambassador training, mainly to work with them, together with a group of other ambassadors, they would co-create this solution and maybe to the next. And today I would like to show you the model that we use during this training to help them work on their ideas. So this model comes from a book on system thinking. We adapted a little bit. We mixed a little bit with some business model canvassing and some lean startup in there to make it a bit more directed to entrepreneurship. Because I think in developing this model together with the other partners in the project, I experienced very close. I have a business background and also a scientific background, and I imagine a lot of resistance. So the scientists were like, "Oh, I actually literally asked, is this new to business?" So that's a challenge, and I think that's I'm very happy to be here today because of that. Because I think the link that you're trying to make between science and entrepreneurship is very important, and I think it will be one part of the puzzle in solving the big challenge that we have. Okay, so this model is just a model. You need a model, which I have. So it's not that this is a perfect model. The goal of the training was mainly that they would learn to use a model, a systematic approach to apply that on, in this case, the seed initiative they were working on, which was not for all of them their own project, which is fine. But the idea is that if they go back home and they have another business idea, they can apply to that one as well. So just a way of thinking that we wanted to stimulate. As always, we kind of started DNA. The DNA of the project was clear. It's the DNA of the Coco Reado project overall, position of the farmer, reconnecting consumers and producers. But what did we do? What tools did we give them to achieve this? We organized a pitching training online. And the floor is yours. Did this so that they will be prepared to pitch their ideas. So all the seed initiatives that were selected were again put on stage and pitched their idea. And after that, we just had a fun exercise, some kind of an algorithm to divide them into groups. And at the end of that exercise, they had the free choice of talking with each other, networking a bit, and finding out which group they wanted to work in. Because it's quite important they would be in a group that they like to be in, that they would have fun during the next couple of days. They already knew each other at this point, so that was important, I think, to have some kind of trust already. Next step, the next part of the session on the collaboration model, we have made them state again very clearly what it is exactly they are doing it and why they are doing it, why they are doing it personally and why they are doing it from the project or from the SEED initiative. So those 2 levels. And of course, also getting to know the team. So the capacities are also, who is in this team, what are different skills that we have, what are we potentially missing? And then here they also had in their student binders the full list of all the partners that were present there today. They were doing the training. They would reach out to them during the breaks. They would be available for feedback so that we could support them in as many ways as possible. Was basically done using post-its and so very basic, not something very complicated. Session 3, which is I think the fourth or the most challenging one of the training, it's identifying and testing your main 4 brain assumptions. And here we looked a lot at the lean startup. So it's very important. All these entrepreneurs, when you start a project, they all have this great idea that everybody's so inspired that the project is going to be great. They really believe in it. That's why they are an entrepreneur. If they don't believe that, they will not be one. But quite often they don't have a feeling of what their customers really want. And the problem is, you can't ask your customers what they want. Has been before done that they would have said, give me a faster horse, and we would never have had cars. Might have been good, but okay. So you need to find other ways of uncovering the customer needs. We try to give them a good exercise to do so. Of course, once you have uncovered certain, or you think you have uncovered certain customer needs, you need to test and validate them, that you are certain. And based on that feedback, you might have then new theories that you need again, or new assumptions that you need to test again. And that brings us to the build, measure, learn loop in startup. And we really try to give them very clearly message that their seed initiatives, their startups, they are tools to learn fast and efficiently. It's not necessarily about the startup itself, it's about the learning behind it. So we gave them, of course, some basic training so they would be familiar with the lingua that is used in Lean Startup. And then they did the sabotage exercise, again, more thinking exercise, where we asked them, okay, in your groups, think about project at hand. What are all the things that potentially could go wrong? Which things could really break this project? Which are the things that are? So they had to sabotage their own ideas, and then cluster those ideas and find solutions for it, of course. But that was the first way of making them become critical of their own ideas. And here we learned quickly that we should prepare our seeds initiators to do this exercise. So we didn't. In hindsight, we shouldn't. To be critical of their own ideas, it was scientific. So you know, just always it's there. You know, it seems such a normal thing, but the psychology behind it, we should go with this will be a learning exercise. Don't be challenged by it, don't be offended by it. The idea is to make your idea better, but they're all quite protective of their ideas. So, that was something that we learned. Next. So once they had these assumptions from the sabotage exercise, we gave them some tools of tests so that to test them. Of course, we cannot, during the context or setting of this training, we were in Pamplona in a very nice hotel, but there were no people outside. So the easiest way is, of course, go outside and talk to your customers or do some experiments. But there were no customers around, so there were Spanish customers, while some of these initiatives were going to take place in Slovenia. So we no use to go and talk to people in Pamplona. So we mainly explained them how they could potentially develop a minimum viable product We gave them examples from agriculture, examples of how other people, other businesses had approached these MVP tests, and to try to inspire them in such a way that they might be able to translate this to their own project back home. And then during the training, we did make them do a role play exercise where they had to they had to act out a situation in which they are trying to sell to their customer. And we had script that we needed dishes, we have prepared some sabotage cards, let's say, some so that the other person would have this mission like, okay, we have to do this or that to make it difficult for the other one to sell. The idea is that in this way they would learn to take a place of their customer, they would learn to take this customer mindset. So I think that's the first step that we wanted to achieve. The idea is, of course, that they would then adapt their hypothesis and maybe pivot if it was needed until they would find a working business model. Okay, so that part of the session was be very critical of your own ideas. So it was hard. After this one, we brought them back a bit to a high by talking about the practice. So this was we wanted to help them set up a roadmap. So basically a step plan to change. And to make that a bit more inspiring, you start 3 stages of your project. You have different actors involved, and in the grid, you put the actions that every actor needs to be doing at certain stages. But we said, okay, first 3, close your eyes and think about stage 3 of your project. How does it look in the perfect world? Because those have to realize that anything that has ever been built, constructed, developed, they all start with creativity. So start with you. And then from there, work your way back to what is needed in the stage before that and the stage before that to make it really happen. So in this way, we ended a bit on a high, let's say, and with a critical note. And then it also gave them the starting points to have a bit of a tool to get a plan, start planning. At the end, we again did some pitching. We asked somebody else from the group, so that's as many ambassadors as possible to have a chance to do a pitch in front of all of them. So we ended with a pitch again of the updated business plan. And then, that was the ending of the training, more or less. If you would like to hear more about these trainings, we have the wonderful guys from Rural Youth Europe who make a podcast called Rural Voices, and they have done like quite a long session interviews with some ambassadors, with some partners, and we get a good idea of what was happening during the first 2 trainings. The next one is in Riga and it's coming. So be watching out for that one. And that is all that I wanted to tell to you today. So thank you very much for your attention.
So any questions now? I prepared a very long speech, so we will take another half an hour just the conference. No, I think really thank you so much. Thank you, Concha and FIAP, to really organize everything and to bring everybody together. I think was very nice day. I learned a lot. I have many new ideas, and also I encourage that you, if you have a chance, you stay with us for the networking coffee, because without people, we cannot do much. But once we have people engaged, we can achieve a lot. And I think we have a bright future in front of us. So I encourage you to stay and to join us for the talk. Thank you so much for coming.
In the Entrecompfood website, as well as in the FIAP publication and so on. We will share with you all the presentations. My long video.
Came up with this beautiful flower of 15 competences. and they all describe the entrepreneurship competence. It's very interesting. So what was the key output that anyone can become an entrepreneurship? We all know where we are today, that we are somehow on a crossroad where we need to choose our future. If we do the same things again and again, probably the future will not be very nice. But if we try new things, new innovations, if we have more courage, then we have more chance. But are we ready to innovate? I come from Slovenia, and I believe maybe also other European countries have grandmothers who, when you present them a new idea, they come and say, no, just don't do it. And maybe in these moments, we need to think about a nice marketing idea, just do it. Take the courage and do it. And this is something we did with ecotrophilia. It's very nice, the history. Françoise will tell you later more about it. But at the beginning, ecotrophilia, it was about food. It was, we want to innovate food, find new trends, and it was really about the food product. Today, it's not about the food anymore so much. It's more about people. We want to create people that are able to do a good job, that have competences, that have a strong knowledge. And why ecotrophilia is very good competition is because it's a project-based learning. So even a small turn of experience, it's worth much more than a forest of learning. So with ecotrophilia, students have a real experience. They need to finalize the product, to create the real product. It's not just an idea. And with this, they learn what went well, what went wrong. And they can really get the return on their experience. So all the time that they invested in this, they learn a lot. And for me also the feedback, and when you are learning through your experience, is one of the competencies that is very important. And I think it would be very nice to integrate it in our culture a little bit more. Just a few days ago, I attended a workshop, how to lead a workshop. And it was so interesting because our moderator is psychologist, and she was having 10 people participating to the workshop, and 3 of them were her colleagues. She was so open with feedback. She was always also talking to her team. You remember you did this mistake, next time you could do this better. I was astonished. I'm not used to do it like this in our environment. But it's something I like. It's something that we need, because with open and honest feedback, then we can do things better. But this was, her way was quite extreme to do it in front of everybody. For me, very nice experience was when we did some training for ecotrophilia students. I asked them why they join ecotrophilia competition. It was astonishing when we did this exercise, none of them mentioned because we wanted to win the award. This was like a second priority. For them, it was, I wanted to try to design the food product to see if I can do it. I wanted to learn. I want to have the experience. I want to have fun with my friends. And to create also a product with added value, that is healthy, that is friendly to our environment. And I see this is also the objective of the Entrecompfood project. During our project, we had to design, we had to think, to learn about Entrecomp and to design and test and assess different training opportunities based on Entrecomp framework. How to best stimulate innovation and entrepreneurship among students and young entrepreneurs for our agri-food sector. And our observation of ecotrophilia students, because they were quite a main target of our project, was that they were already good in how to develop food product. With ecotrophilia, they have very long tradition of doing this, how to innovate, how to integrate the eco perspective, how to prepare the marketing, sales, business plan. Of course, they are learning these things, but they already are quite strong in this, and the communication strategy. But what project brought and what could they improve was to learn about different competencies like creativity, vision, motivation, mobilizing resources, working with others, so about people, and learning through experience. So how the project worked was that we wanted to bridge the gap between academia and the industry and to build entrepreneurial mindset already during education, because this is important. And our dream team was very nice to work with them, came from three different countries, Slovenia, Spain, and France. We are all on different levels, and we both had partners like from industry and from academia. The project is now at the end, so it lasted 3 years, and it's founded by COSME program of the European Union. The structure is, of course, organized in different work packages, but if I spread it, like one part covered the communication and exchange at European level, so this was more about organizing events and our newsletters and website that you are all welcome to visit. And the second part is about, for me, this is the core of the project. It's a project pilot project. So first, we had to learn about Entrecom. So to set the strategic framework for new learning opportunities and support services on Entrecom. Then we had to develop those learning opportunities and test them, and to see also what could be improved next time. So this is just a brief introduction, because we have next speakers who will go into the depths into different work packages and describe you more about the activities. I invite you to check our website, to check our YouTube channel. We had different information there. Myself, I like also what we managed to achieve was to have Miguel Lado present during our conferences in Slovenia, and he's a professor of strategy. So he really enforced the vision part, and we managed to record him. So there's 1 hour YouTube video on this. I recommend it for you to watch. And this is from my side about the project. If you have any questions, I really like it today that we are a small group. And that's why for me, it's very important that we connect. So anytime you want to ask questions, just raise your hand. We have microphones. I hope we are open. Next speaker, I invite Francois. I think majority of you know Françoise. I like to work with her a lot. She's the mother of ecotrophilia, almost working with ecotrophilia competition in France a very long time. Everything, yes.
Hello everyone. So my name is Françoise Borga. I work for the French. Can you hear me? Yeah, thank you. I work for the French Food Industry Association. So I work for the industry, for the food companies. I am really passionate about this sector, and I really like the companies and what they do, because usually you think about the food industry and you think about these big multinationals that are poisoning people or whatever. And when you meet the entrepreneurs who are related with this business, you can see how much they love what they do, how much they love their products, how much they love food, how much they love conviviality. So of course, it's not like cooking at home. Of course, the food industry is not about cooking, it's cooking plus, if you want. But still, it's important. We are all very linked to this or this product that we use to have when we were a kid. It's more than just industry. And this is why I think we are very, very lucky to work for the sector. And this is why I'm very proud that Entrecompfood is the first sectorial project, because the food sector is the most important in Europe and deserves it. So I am supposed to talk about one of the deliverables of the project, that is the Entrepreneurship Award that has been created. within this competition that is Ecotrophelia. So you heard about Ecotrophelia competition because Oscar told you about it. Just to make it simple, we ask students to develop a new innovative, eco-innovative food product from A to Z. That means we don't ask them just to have the idea and to describe it. We ask them to develop it, and at the end, we need to see the packaging, we need to test the product, we need to know where they will buy their raw materials, how much it will cost, who they will sell it to. So they really have to develop an entrepreneurial démarche. You will, just after me, what I am saying is not that important. You will hear some students that have now launched their own company and that participated to Ecotrophelia, and what they did is quite astonishing. So, Ecotrophelia is organized in 15 to 20 countries in Europe every year. This year it was 15 countries, and the winner of the national competition then represents its country to the European final. That was a few months ago in Paris during the SIAL show, that is one of the biggest food fair in Europe and in the world, I suppose. So you can see the product they have developed. I encourage you to go and check what these products are. Most of them were very good. And when you test this product that has been developed by a student, you say, oh, I will definitely buy it. Then I suppose that means they have reached the target. We already have 3 awards, so gold, silver, bronze, like the best products for the jury, the second one, the third one, and we have created one last year at national level and this year for the European competition, that is the Entrecompfood Award, that is the Entrepreneurship Award. So what was asked to the jury was to evaluate the entrepreneurial skills, competencies of the team. So if you want to see how, why we did that, is because when we began, because Ecotrophelia, you're right, is an old story, as began in 2000 in France. When we were asking to the students, what do you plan to do now that you have been participating to Ecotrophelia? Most of them were answering at that time, I just want to work for the food industry, find a job, whatever. In 2020, so it was a COVID year, we asked them again, what was the plan? And 35% is a lot, answered that they were thinking about launching the product by themselves. So you can see that the students are not the same anymore. Like, it's more normal and natural for them to at least, even if it's just 5 minutes, think about what I like the product I have developed. Should I try it by myself? Should I try to launch the activity by myself? And this was totally weird and very rare in 20 years ago. So it's a good time to help them and to promote entrepreneurship. So we had the creation of this award, and we work with EIT Food. You will hear Martin this afternoon from EIT Food that has developed a program for the students that is about entrepreneurship, is about how to promote these competencies within for the students, how to help them to be entrepreneurs. It doesn't matter if they launch or not their activity, if they go to work for a pre-existing company or not. This is what you were saying before. You can be entrepreneur and work for the European Commission as a classic collaborator. So these are details, maybe not very interesting for you, but then this is what we were requesting to the jury. You know, we had a lot of criteria to evaluate what is the best product, marketing, packaging, the taste, of course, because it's about food. Of course, even if your product is perfect when you read and you tick all the boxes, if it's not good, nobody will buy it or rebuy it at least. So this is useless, whatever. And then there is this entrepreneurship spirit. And so they were supposed to evaluate the creativity, the motivation, other capability to work together, etc. And we had a winner this year that you will hear just now after me. That is Sauce Papillon. It was I'm very happy because it's the French team. And I think the jury was very clever because they will tell you more now, but they really have launched the product and they are on the market. So I will stop my presentation now and I ask you to welcome them. So you can come, Mathis, and also we will cover them. Congratulations, because they are entrepreneurs. They were students and now they have launched their products. I let you, je laisse présenter.
Thank you.
Change the presentation.
Okay, it's really my pleasure to have our winning team here presenting their experience. It's very important to hear it from first hand.
Hello, everyone. So thank you very much for receiving us. So we are Margot and Mathis, and as you heard, we contribute to launch the pasta sauce brand company Sauce Papillon. And we are here to tell you a little bit more about the experience of launching a company in the food industry. So just a few words about the concept of Sauce Papillon for those who were not to Ecotrophelia Europe. Last year, Margot and I were students in the food engineer school based in Montpellier, the south of France, l'Institut Agro Montpellier. And during our last year in that school, we participated to the food innovation contest Ecotrophelia in France. We won 3 prizes, those prizes, the entrepreneurship prizes and the food prizes. And a few months after, we went to Entrecompfood Europe, and we were happy to win the entrepreneurship prize. So it was easy for us to win this entrepreneurship prize because we were the only one to create the company, so it helps, of course. So it has not turned into reality. So I am one of the 2 co-founders of Sauce Papillon. And I work on production, I work on marketing and logistics. And Margot.
And I am now a research and development apprentice in another startup called Navicobe, but I worked for Sauce Papillon on various subjects. I worked on supply, research and development, and the development of states. And I participated in Ecotrophelia. So the concept of Sauce Papillon is that it's the first brand in France making fresh sauces for pastas that promotes seasonal vegetables through seasonal recipes. We made the assessment that in France there are no sauce in the fresh food department. And there are a lot of varieties in the taste. And we saw the possibility to develop an innovative product to 3 main axes. So an offer in the fresh food section that is currently expanding in France. We saw the operation of fresh soups, fresh dips. We also wanted to propose seasonal sauces that change throughout the year following the seasons, but also really rich in vegetables. And sauces that have undergone very few heating treatments and sometimes none to offer a product that is not ultra processed. In fact, sauces in the ambient food section are mostly sterilized, and some conservatives and sugars are added, and so it results in less tasty sauces. We wanted to offer something different. So here is our recipe calendar. So as you can see, we have in each sauce one vegetable that is highlighted, and the sauce is only available during the harvest time of the vegetable. That's why Sauce Papillon does not offer tomato sauce during winter. And as you can see, there are different kind of pesto with different herbs, also to follow seasonality.
So to give you an example of what we are doing, here are our winter recipes, and I would like to insist on the fact that our sauces are complex. They are not basics for cooking. You can use straight, and we have a kind of matrix to create our recipes with, as Margot said, with one vegetable, but also one nuts, one cheese, one herbs, one spice. This is the matrix to create the recipes. And so the winter recipes, we have a mushroom sauce, spinach cream, pumpkin sauce, and winter pesto with arugula and parsley leaves. Just to give you an idea of our distribution channels, we are working with cheesemongers because one cheese in every recipe, it helps. But we are also working with delicatessen and organic groceries. And the targets, the final client, is well off because we are making extensive products. It's city dweller because we started the company in Paris, and the distribution for the moment is only in Paris. And you said, Oscar, that most of the companies in the food sector, they are not in a city, but in the countryside. So maybe it helps. And it's also people that pay a high attention to what they eat and to the quality of the product they eat. So we started the commercialization in September, and we are working with 40 resellers in Paris area. And among those resellers, there is Biocop. Biocop is a network, national network in France of organic groceries. So it might be a big client in the months coming. So we switch to the second part of this presentation. We would like to tell you the challenges that we are facing when creating a company. And just would like us to keep in mind the Porter's vision, the Porter's 5 forces to describe the level of competition in the market. To him, it depends on 4 main forces: power of supplies for our clients, but also threat of substitute products and potential of new entrants. I'm talking about Porter's because, in my opinion, in the food industry sector, you have one specificity. That is that it is quite easy to enter into the market. Why it's easier than in other sector? Because we are doing food products, and that we are not making play in our smartphone. It do not require massive investment and massive infrastructure. It's costly to start, but not as costly than in other sectors. So one challenge is to protect your know-how. And in particular, because it's very difficult, in our opinion, to protect your innovation in the food industry, because most of the time, your innovation is based on a recipe, and you have no innovation patent on your recipe. So, a very competitive market because it's easy to enter. 2 examples. Since we started the commercialization, we have seen 2 newcomers, 2 rivals entering the market, CQFD and Lapage. And we also have one of our distributors, La Récolte, which is a small network of 6 organic supermarkets in Paris, copied one of our recipes and we started selling it
just next to our sauce, mushroom sauce. So protect your know-how. Another specificity, in our opinion, of the food industry sector, as I said, it's very competitive. It's also globalized. You have a lot of company, French transformers that are buying ingredients in in a lot of other countries. And our project is to do it locally. And so we have to fight with other companies that are benefiting from lower cost of the ingredients, for example. And sometimes also to bring, in my opinion, greenwashing. And for me, it's important to talk about it because maybe that the UE Commission can contribute to fight this greenwashing. I just want to give you an idea. So, as Marco said in the concept, we are promoting seasonal food, local food, we are organic, and also we are very, very artisanal. And we are fighting, for example, with these competitors, pasta sauce. It looks, when you are in the supermarket, very artisanal. You have this huge French flag, and in reality, it is only transformed in France, but most of the ingredients are frozen and come from other countries in Europe. So, in my opinion, legislation could be a little bit tougher on packaging. So, it's a very competitive market, and given that it's very competitive, you have to fight with a lot of competitors, and so it's a market with low margins. And when you do low margins, if you want to survive, you have to make high volumes because you are not spending a lot of money each box that you sell. So another challenge, in my opinion, is to explain your added value. Why explaining your added value? Because I have the feeling that consumers in France, probably in Europe, are used to cheap price for food. I mean that nowadays it represents in France 10% of the budget of food. In the 60s, it was something like 40% of the budget. And of course, we have done incredible improvements in yields, but also in automation. But I have the feeling that sometimes people do not know the negative externalities that can have intensive agriculture or ultra processed food, both on environment, but also on health. So we have to explain that when you are buying local products, it is more expensive than when you buy products from other countries. And I think that the organic garlic is a good example, twice more expensive in France than in Spain. And I also have the feeling that distributors, and in my opinion it's a pain, they prefer lowering their margin on established brand, for example on Coca-Cola, because it's a point of comparison for consumers. Okay, Coca-Cola is cheaper in this place than on young startup. They do not help us a lot to develop. Last point, and I think that it is the biggest difficulty, the biggest challenge. This is cash flow, of course, because I said that it was quite easy to enter in the market, but given that it's very competitive, when you are beginning and doing small volumes, you are not competitive, and so you have to start selling products at loss. Just an example of our cost price, some of our cost price, when we started in September 2022. So 1 pot of sauce, the cost price was €9, okay? Now we are at €4 and it's still very, very big because it's our cost price. I think that you have, it shows that before gaining some volumes, doing some economic of scale, you need some money, you need some cash flow to survive and to enter the markets. So this is the factor X, and I know that when you are working on the knowledge part, I don't know if you can act on that part, but this is the factor X. I said that it was easy to enter the market, but it still has a minimal cost. I did a little example here with the legal start, the research and development that you have to do, the marketing, because if you arrive in front of your distributor with the marketing so-so, it won't make it. And also you have to invest in your first production. It's a minimal cost of €15,000. And when you are finishing your studies, you do not have this money. Or you have some nice talents. And so this is a factor X, and it's quite difficult and always a matter of compromise to find funds. I just tell you my experience. We did the three options. We went to see banks, and banks asked us for surety and guarantees. So, Dana, you said that you can be an entrepreneur in a society, within a society, but there is something different. This is the risk. You take a risk. You take a real risk, and I think that you guys need to learn young people to take risks. I don't know how, but this is a key aspect in my opinion. So they will ask for guarantees for sure. And so we have a loan, but we are at risk on that loan if we crash the company. It is possible to find to benefit from grants in France, I don't know in other countries. And the inconvenience is that you think that you are going to receive it quickly, and the reality is that it takes a long time. So we started asking for grants in January 2022, and we are going to receive it 1 year later. In the food industry, when you start a company, there is only 1 on 10 companies started, which is still living 1 year after. And you receive your grant 1 year after. So pay. Last option, selling some shares, business angels, for example. But we heard, maybe we didn't find the good interlocutor, but we heard that they start investing in the food sector when you have a minimum of turnover, something like €500,000. So always a matter of compromise. So now last part of the presentation, where we were prepared to start the company.
So thanks to our school system, there are some resources at our disposal, and there are a lot actually. So first of all, Ecotopia, which is the reason why we are here today, and we are very grateful for it, is the innovation contest organized in France every year and finally in Europe. And for 6 months, we are being coached by academic researchers and professors that give us advice on how to develop an innovative product. And then we pitch in front of researchers and people in the agribusiness, and we can win from 500 to 5,000 euros prize. In Entrecompfood, there is also a startup incubator called Agro that can give you access to counseling in finances and management, for example, but mostly give you access to an office and access to public grants. Then Agro also is an entrepreneurial contest, and PEPIT is the network for students and entrepreneurs. We also have an agro manager program in the master, in the engineer master, in the 3rd year, where you can have courses on finance, management, and marketing.
But not entrepreneurship.
but not entrepreneurs. This ecosystem is important, but we notice that unfortunately, all those resources are often not well used, and a lot of students actually they don't know about it. Maybe there is a lack of communication between our school and the students for example, I worked in the incubator, and there are no one from the school there. There are basically other people that don't come from other schools, so that's a shame. And we thought about the things that maybe can be improved. So maybe it will be interesting to have more specific contents and specific course for future entrepreneur in the engineer formation, because students never start business after school because mostly they don't think they are capable of doing it. When talking about people around us and students, they always said to me, I don't know how Mathis did it because I will never be capable of doing it. I don't have the tools. And also you talked about mindset, but a lot of students are not in the best mindset. They think that entrepreneurship is success and making a company that is a big success and with money and very happy about it, but they are not in the mindset that entrepreneurship is also taking a risk, but it's basically trying, and it's an adventure you're going to, and if you fail, it's okay. I mean, tomorrow if Mathis fails, he will be very happy to have learned something very precious, and he will never forget about it. So I think that's also a mindset that students should have in mind, that entrepreneurship is basically learning lots of things. So maybe some courses on more like business plan, project construction, legal obligations, and coaching on how to find money, loans and subvention. In our foundation, we are surrounded by academic researchers, but there are not a lot of entrepreneurs and people that have experiences in business. They could help us learn from them, listen to their testimonies, and avoiding easy mistakes. As Mathis explained to you, when starting a business, you are in a very weak position, and maybe having the help of well-established companies to promote the rise of startup could be a good idea. Maybe utilize supplies, utilize production lines that are very costly when launching business. And finally, about Entrecompfood, it's a great contest, but we sense that a very few amount of person outside the agro industry know about it, and mostly because it is a student contest. You've done something the entrepreneurs around the Entrecompfood work, which is great because maybe they could be more coaching of people around us and entrepreneurs helping us really launch our business, because we were sad to see that very few innovative projects really end as a company when ideas are very interesting ones.
To conclude, well, thank you very much. Launching a company is an adventure, and as Marco said, you don't need to success to benefit from this adventure. So thank you very much for organizing that kind of contest. It's very, very useful. More can be done, but this is already a great start, and we have been very, very helped by our teachers in Institut Agro to design the product and to arrive prepared to that contest. So we have the story of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for first experience from the first hand. It was really nice to listen to you, and I think you made very good points of how we need to not to be afraid of doing mistakes, because we learn a lot from them. If we succeed in the first time, we didn't learn anything. With mistake, we learn much more. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
It's time for a coffee break that is just outside. We come back here to at 11:15. I would like to ask the speakers for next session to give us the presentations. Concha, you want to say something? Yeah, you have them, everything? Okay, perfect. And that's it. Take time to meet each other.
Parfait, parfait. On a déjà parlé des compétences. Ouais, mais c'est bien. C'est la façon de pousser à parler que aussi. Elle a parlé de la septième. Il n'y avait pas de people speaking. Donc, elle a fait le. Il me semble qu'il a monté là parce que on n'avait pas fait de mettre, on l'a rajouté après. Et donc, je trouve que quand on a rajouté après. So, good morning, everybody. Maybe we can start the next session. So I'm Paul Menu from AgroParisTech, together for the first presentation with my colleague Hugo Furtado. So we begin now this new session devoted to the Entrecompfood project itself. So it will be presentation from people from the 3 countries involved in the project, as Joshka said before. So we were people coming from Spain, from Slovenia, and from France. So there will be 4 presentations. The first one is we are gonna give it actually. So we are gonna present the Entrecompfood guide. It's a document that we established during this project, based on what we did and our main conclusion. So first of all, I forget to say something, is that everything is recorded here. So for the next speaker, if somebody do not want to be recorded, please tell us, because basically everything will be recorded and then online in the future.
Everybody is going to be recorded for.
We are recorded also, and so do not say anything bad today. So the objective of this presentation is to answer the first question. So why did we write this Entrecompfood guide, and for whom? Then we will present you the three main points, 3 main conclusions from our project. One concerns the need of a coordination at an institution level to develop entrepreneurship and to bring new, young, talented people in the field of the food industry. The second one is how to develop entrepreneurial competencies. So in the presentation, just before, the former student from Institut Agro gave us a very interesting opinion and conclusion on how they feel about that, and maybe we have some partial answer. I wouldn't say it's completely done today. There is probably a lot of work to do, but at least it's a start. And then also we will present you a self-evaluation questionnaire that was developed during this project. So we tried different questionnaires in the project
We will explain you why we develop that, why we think it's a tool that would be useful to develop entrepreneurial competencies to motivate their development. And finally, of course, we will conclude. So the objective of a guide, by writing the guide, the objective of a guide is to disseminate the main conclusion of a project. To present the vision that we developed throughout the project during this last 3-4 years to help developing entrepreneurial competencies. And this means not only entrepreneurial competencies for students, but also what we consider, we observe is that it's important also to develop entrepreneurial competencies in the whole community. So not only for students, but also for professors and for the institution to build a complete ecosystem that is in favor of entrepreneurial competencies. The guide includes also a toolbox in which people want professors, for example, but also students want to develop entrepreneurial competencies could select some tools based on their particular situation, because each situation is different and might require specific tool. And finally, we develop a self-assessment questionnaire with the idea that a good way for students to develop entrepreneurship competencies is to be able, first of all, to evaluate their level in order to know what is their level in terms of entrepreneurial competencies, and to see the margin of progression that they can have, and then of course to use the project of the different teaching activities that we have in our institution, in academia, to develop those competencies. So the target public for this Entrecompfood guide, first of all, it's the professors that are involved in teaching activity in academia, in universities, and most of them, usually nowadays when we start in this field, we are not entrepreneurs, we do not have necessary experience in this field. So professors have to learn also what is entrepreneurship. I follow students, for example, in the entrepreneurial competition, but initially I never create an enterprise myself. So I had a lot to learn about that. Of course, also it's the students, because this is the main objective, to teach students, to help them to develop those entrepreneurial competencies. It's also all the entrepreneurs, because progressively in academia, we develop structure in which we can host entrepreneurs, startups that are creating new enterprise. They are part of the community, and it's important to integrate them because they could help both professors and students to develop those competencies, and also they need our help to make the ideas a success. And in the end, of course, the target public is the whole institution, because we believe that entrepreneurship competencies requires the involvement of the full institution. So those are the target public. One of the conclusions that we came to is that to develop those competencies, it is important in academia, in institution, to identify a person that we call here an ambassador, but it can have a different name, of course, that will be in charge of leading, mentoring, coordinating activities in the field of all the activities that contribute to develop entrepreneurship in academia. This is important because this person could become a reference, and because those initiatives because we need many different initiatives to develop entrepreneurship, many different activities. It is important to have somebody that can coordinate all that, act as a reference that people can contact. And with time, this person can coordinate, for example, an entrepreneurial committee that can be effective in the institution, and that can help with the development of those competencies in the full institution. So mobilizing professors, researchers, because in some institution, in some academia, you have people who are doing teaching and research, but you have people who are only doing research. And it's important also to be able to mobilize them. It's especially the case in France. Sponsors, which means a structure that are here to help startups to grow. Innovation hubs that we can have inside the universities. It was mentioned just before also. And of course, to mobilize the students. In the end, what is important for the success is also that the institution could be part of an innovation ecosystem that is external to the institution, because we believe that to develop, to make grow these ideas, it's important to create opportunities for interaction with external actors. So other institutions, of course, other universities, other research institutions, other public institutions, but also entrepreneurs that are in the environment of the institution, from which people could help by giving testimony, for example, but also could benefit from the competencies that are present in academia. To develop more precisely competencies, we identify different activities that could be implemented in the curricula. So the first one, maybe the more simple but very efficient and very important, is to try to implement the development of entrepreneurial competencies in courses that are already in the syllabus. So ongoing courses, for example, courses on food, engineering, nutrition, that can serve as a starting point. So the idea is that professors that are in charge of these modules could integrate in these modules activities that will help to develop entrepreneurship competencies and use that to evaluate those competencies and to sensibilize the students to their importance. So, for example, in a group that is we work on sensorial analysis, you can develop a group, small projecting groups in which you can evaluate the students based on some of the entrepreneurial competencies that we identified in the Entrecompfood project. The second level is to develop entrepreneurial projects in the curricula. So in curricula modules, during which the students are asked to develop entrepreneurial projects. This could be done with the help of online tools, for example. This will need regular meetings with teachers. This could benefit from the access to various facilities that we can have in academia, for example, research labs, but also a kitchen that students could use. Whenever possible, this could be done with encouraged by the participation of students in competition. So it could be competitions that are internal to the institution, but it could be also national competition, such as Ecotrophelia, that proved to be very efficient for that. Because it's a strong motivation for the student, the need to have a complete project in which you cover all aspects of entrepreneurial activities, with the objective also to the competition objective that motivates a lot of the students also to grow and to develop projects that are very exigent. The third aspect that could be very interesting in terms of developing entrepreneurial competencies is to organize in the academia, in the institution, entrepreneurial tournaments. So by contrast with what I presented before, that was inside the curricula, here we talk about tournaments that are not included in the curricula, that will not give grades or contribute to the obtention of a diploma, but a tournament that are open to any member of the community, including professors that would like, for example, to create an enterprise, or people in any services of the institution, including also alumni, for example, former students that could participate in the tournaments. Tournaments that can be organized for the different development stage. For example, small or first tournament, let's say, for students that just had an idea and want to see if this idea could make sense. Or students or people who already have initiated the first aspect of a project and want to go further. And so these tournaments could be the opportunity to give a prize, which should be financial support, but also a support from expertise, for example, from people from the staff of the university, or practical support, having access to a lab, having access to a kitchen, being able to produce food grade products that could be sold really and that could be eaten because they are produced in the right quality condition. This is very important, and it's not so easy to find. So it's a good way also to help people to realize their projects. It's a good way also to give a constructive feedback to young entrepreneurs. That will help them to identify maybe some lack or some difficulties, and the sooner the better in this field. So it's very important also to help them to develop a project and to identify the competencies they will need to develop. And the last aspect would be to develop specific courses to develop entrepreneurial competencies. So, for example, courses focusing on creativity, on founding. What we find important in that is that there is a need to identify the participant level, beginner, intermediate, advanced, and this is not necessarily linked with the level of study of the students. Because by some aspect, I might need a course in some aspect of entrepreneurial activities in which I will be a beginner, even if I am a professor. And so there is a need to have these courses that are open to the whole community, independently of the level of study, but more on the level considering the entrepreneurial competency that we are looking for. In the guide, we find also many different tools that could be used to develop entrepreneurial competency. And for that, I let you go speak.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Yes. Yes. So, as presented by Paul, to implement these activities, we assessed a few tools that could help the development of these competencies. Developing business plan, for example, we used there is the Intercom community, of course, where it's able to connect entrepreneurs, and there's workshops available as well where you can see and check. In AgroParisTech, we used a lot PNL, which is a business plan tool that you can start building your product, your company, your product from the beginning. And then there's also Moodle, that's from Ecotrophalia Ideonis, where there's also a lot of workshops and presentations about how to build a strong business plan for your product. Then we have the audience engagement that was used in classes. I like a Mentimeter that we tried to use in the beginning of this session, which is unfortunately it didn't work, but it helps to connect people and help to connect the knowledge that was just said. And then was also tools that define objectives and to ideate projects such as mind map and design thinking, where you can just work on a solution, work on a problem to get to a solution. And then through the project, we also thought it's very important to the exposure to entrepreneurship. So in Andalusia, they developed the escape game, which is really the exposure people that had never been exposed to entrepreneurship before. So to get this gist, but also inviting entrepreneurs to talk about their experience, such as Papillon said it was a bit of a lack in their journey. And then, as he said as well, to work on to build workshops that are targets to specific problems for specific projects. And then just talking about a little bit more of the Entrecomp competences, we select 7 of those 15 skills to try to measure and to evaluate the level of development of entrepreneurship in each student participant. And then from that's just how we measure the development. So why measure the development? It's important for tracing a learning pathway. So then you can check if your students, what they can what are they lacking, what are their weaknesses, and then from that you build a course where you strengthen this specific skill. There was also the questionnaire that was built. You can scan them there if you want, but we'll have a slide on it. to help students understand where they at in the entrepreneurship pathway and their level of competency. And then this questionnaire is also advised to make multiple measurements depending on the duration of the course. So for example, if you have a really tailored course that 1 week, you don't need to take it more than once. But for example, if you have a whole semester that you will be talking and developing a project, it would be interesting to take measurements, also for the student to see how it evolved and why it learned, how it learned. So this is one competency, one question of our questionnaire where we have the creativity skill, and from there we have to ask the student to choose one of the 4 phrases there, so we can assess if what is the development of their level of entrepreneurship. So how they feel about the creativity, and if it's, then we can see if it's the beginning, if we have to instigate it more or not.
So to conclude, the guide that will be available soon online is a guide in which we assemble tools and methodology for the development of entrepreneurial competencies in academia. One main aspect is maybe not a surprise, but we did it a lot of the project, is that project-based learning methodology is key for the development of entrepreneurial skills. You need to practice having hands working in order to make it real and to really develop the competency. And also one important conclusion is that we presented different possibilities, but what we observe is that there is a large diversity of situation in academia between the different universities. And so even if there are general rules, there is also the need to have a flexible solution that are adapted to each situation that depend on, of course, for example, the existence and the importance of an ecosystem of innovation in the vicinity of a university. Thank you for your attention. We might have time for a question. Yeah.
Yes, sir. I don't know if it works, which microphone you're going to record at.
Yeah.
I use another name then. How fast is it now?
We know it will be
No, I've in fact 2 questions. The first is, there seems to be something orthogonal. If you are learning something, that's what you normally do at the university, you are learning, you are evaluated based on what you learn. But if you are becoming an entrepreneur, the best is to forget what you know and to look around at the rest of the opportunities that you see around you. If you are then still based in your position as somebody who's learning, you will be extremely biased to grasp the real opportunity because you think that the solutions are the ones that you directly can provide, which is maybe not the case. So how could you take care of that if you're going to mix courses in one, you are focused on learning and being evaluated, and the other one in being open, forget what you know. Is that possible? Should that be in the curriculum, not be defined? The second question is very much focused on the individual entrepreneur. But today, I think the chances are more in working this set of startups to create a business ecosystem because the value is more in diversity than in single products because you lose the battle. Also, I said before, the larger volumes low margin. So you need to work more as a group of entrepreneurs. Is your guide also focusing on that one?
So I am trying to give something, but maybe if anybody able to complement. For the first point, so when we talk about, so I would say that first of all, I think part of answer is in the fact that it's important to have an ecosystem in which you have many opportunities to create things to do new projects. This is the case, for example, with the tournaments that we propose to organize in the community, that give the opportunity to try things, to fail, to try others, and so to think a little bit out of the box, because indeed it's, as you said, it's important to think out of the way it is. And the courses we talk about are more specific courses on specific aspects, like how to develop creativity, how to develop, how to find funding, how to, I don't know, manage a small team. So that could be tools that could be helpful, but none of them is the roadmap of an ability to be successful and to create an entrepreneurship. If anybody wants to complement, that's open for discussion. And the second question, it was about more the groups of startups together. It can create something. Then as an individual, is there also? Maybe, yeah, no, we agree, but it's one point here is that maybe that's, I don't know, maybe that's part of the idea that a coordination at the level of the institution, but also the incorporation and inclusion in an ecosystem will give you opportunity to develop many interaction with other entrepreneurs and with different structures that can help to build to make the project a success, or to make some projects successful. So maybe it's part of the answer to your question in the sense that those places will be places where you can develop interaction and collaboration, not only as a service for one startup, but also opportunities for startups to collaborate. For example, in Entrecompfood, we have a food lab, but it's a structure in which we have different startups, and because they share the same kitchen to produce, of course, they exchange ideas. They can, and we see some evolution between the startup because of the interaction they have developed with others. And also sometimes some people shift from one, we saw some young people shifting from one startup to one other startup. So this could be opportunity. So I don't know if it answers completely your question, because these are opportunities to develop collaboration. What you need is that maybe going to the market together. Is it that?
Yeah, or a kind of agro park or industrial ecology concept where one is immediately feeding others and others are fed back and things like that. Because that's also a way of creating your market together with startups. So that may open up new opportunities. So it is not the idea exchange in the kitchen only, which is, I think, very interesting and very important. But it's also thinking about common solutions where you can use the other companies as an input or as an output and so on. So maybe these examples, there are examples in the world that the food valley of Europe in the south of Sweden is a good example. The whole air and bioeconomy of those is a fantastic example. So there are examples where you see that it works. Yeah. Yeah, true. Maybe also somebody mentioned before the possibility to have a large enterprise that at a point establish collaboration with a very small enterprise to help them to rise. We saw that recently with some example where big enterprise bought some startup or invest in startup, leaving them some autonomy, but bringing money, but also competencies and that access to a market that is very difficult to access when you are a small enterprise. Yeah, completely.
The innovation ecosystem. I believe this is where the innovation ecosystem it plays its part into connecting people, because this is very linear, but we thought this as one being inside of the other. So at the same time, where you have a nice idea inside an institution that you can also present you can bring external jury to assess it, and maybe one of these jury person, they are from a nice company that they want to invest in the idea, they want to develop it further. So this is what we are also trying to create with this guide. It needs to build an ecosystem where we can connect a lot of institutions and the companies and enterprises. Does it answer your question? Good.
Okay, thank you. So we will. So we will continue now with another presentation from Miguel Ángel Moya Colado from Spain, so from Andalusia and Rende, a very big structure in Andalusia that is helping entrepreneurs. I think it's one of the largest structure in Europe, if I'm right. It's this one. Okay.
Okay, it's not perfect. Thank you. Hello, my name is Miguel from Andalucía Emprende. A lot of you know me, but for those who don't, I will introduce introduce of my institute and how working with Entrecompfood, working with Entrecom, helping us. Sorry, but I prefer to read because my English is so, and for me it's very important to understand everybody understand me. Okay, about us, no? Andalucía Emprende is a public institution in the south of Spain, the regional government that works to promote the entrepreneurship, self-employment, and the social economy. On the slide, you can see some data for our institution. We are one of the largest support network for entrepreneurs in Europe. Number of staff, centers, incubator areas. Before starting to work on the Entrecompfood project, we have been working with entrepreneurs for more than 20 years. We focus on the project. Numbers, financial viability, profit, cost, always number. But we don't look at the people. We don't look at their skills and competence as something important. The entrepreneurs who came to our centers have today two entrepreneurial profiles, by necessity or by opportunity. With more or less knowledge about the development of their business idea, but both with the need to be happy, to be entrepreneurs, and finally businessmen. For us, before having vision, valuing ideas, being creative, learning from experience, working with others, perseverance, are competencies that go into the person, but we didn't work on them. Either you are a creative person or you are not creative. But playing Entrecom as part of the entrepreneurial learning has helped us to identify the degree of entrepreneurial skills of a person and work with them on how to improve them, especially with entrepreneurs in Andalusia from rural areas, young students, and now we work with them to advance their entrepreneurial competence. Based on Entrecom, we have created a journey map of the entrepreneurial person. We allow our team to visualize the process chronologically and visually, the needs identified in each phases, fears, illusion, challenge, resources, etc. This makes it easier for us to identify which entrepreneurial skill and the level of progression to activate the training resources. Once the entrepreneurial skills that the entrepreneurs have been identified, as well as their level of progress, we will be in a position to define the appropriate entrepreneurial training itinerary to improve their performance, where those training resources that are part of the catalog are included, as well as their timing based on the phases defined in the journey map of the entrepreneur. The resources created for or used for us in Entrecompfood, are diverse, from the classic training material for a course, text format, to postcard from radio program or any other resource of knowledge, such as talks, conference, webinars, videos, etc. Each resource will be located on different platforms, controlled for us or for collaborating entity, and some platform can be internal model platform, audio and podcast repositories, like iBox, iTunes, video repositories, TV, for example, YouTube, etc. Even new adapted format, such as an entrepreneurial escape room, where young people have to solve tests in order to achieve their entrepreneurial competence. These all are possible face-to-face or online. Lead by example. Everything I have commented is good, very beautiful on paper. But to carry out, we have to change our traditional way of working, adapting the new times, the new reality. The pandemic, teleworking has motivated us to leave our offices and get closer to entrepreneurs, to change from the face-to-face model to omnichannel model and innovate in the way of helping entrepreneurs. We activate a digital service to reach more entrepreneurs that cover all needs from the beginnings to the adaptation to the new reality, following the Entrecompfood framework to improve their skills, digitalizing the services of entrepreneurs, giving them a close and personality response with information, advice, knowledge, and keys that help them understand the new economy, the new models and business opportunities that the COVID era has brought. Has been one of the great steps we have taken. We have opted for innovative entrepreneurship and community generation to connect them with each other and share resources, keys, and experience that help them obtain useful and agile response to face the challenge of the new reality. I show you a video of Empathy TV, our prime digital television channel that inspired and trained entrepreneurs. lo ponemos de carpeta. Sí, este era un cable. Sí. Bueno, déjalo que no. Bueno. Okay. Okay, sorry. For... Well, empezar seeing special mention for promoting entrepreneurship in 2022 at the European Enterprise Promotion Award. And we cannot require entrepreneurs to be innovative if we are not. And the data has proved us right, no? This is the evolution of the number of attention of the two entrepreneurs in the past years. More than 126% in 2021 from the previous years, for example. Nationwide, we are the second brand with the most followers and in followers and networks, and the one that generate the most activity and the most interactive from users. And the challenge we face. Today, all the entrepreneurial learning we do is based in 3 pillars: Entrecom framework, innovation, and the sustainable development goals. I'm not going to explain further the importance that the Entrecom framework has for us, but I will highlight that it's a tool that has allowed us to train people in their skills so that the project become a reality. Our entrepreneurs and companies are the best example. The second, innovation. No, innovation is not an option; it's an obligation. No, constant innovation to be competitive, innovate to ensure a good future. Finally, the sustainable development goals are part of the DNA of all entrepreneurial projects that are born with us. How can we raise awareness and train entrepreneurs and companies to create sustainable projects? Or how can we make them reflect on the importance of introducing improvements to contribute to a society that is more respectful of the environment and beneficial to the habitats of the planet? Sustainability is one of the great challenges in society, but something has changed. Citizens are aware of the current situation and demand immediate change from governments and companies. Both of our entrepreneurs and we have to ask ourselves a simple question. No? Entrepreneurial learning must go in this direction, supported by Entrecom and the Sustainable Development Objective, without losing sight of innovation to be competitive, to satisfy the needs of the population without compromise the capacity. The future generation will be an important task for all. In our hands is the training of sustainable entrepreneurs, concerning not only with obtain economic benefit, but also with creating social and environment value. Finally, let me say thank you to the all partners of Entrecompfood project, Moya, Francois, Paul, Hugo, Gustav, Paul, Concha. It's has been a pleasure for me, a pleasure working with all. Thank you.
Maybe we have time for questions. Thank you very much, Miguel. I know it's always a work for you to speak in English, so thank you very much. No question? Yeah.
Sorry, just to say, I really like the presentation because the learning pathway you presented is something that looks very clear, very logical. And I think it's sometimes challenging for, I know, chambers of commerce, for example, to see how to integrate the broader competences that we talked about into the learning that you and establishment have. I think also the idea of this thing group, my colleague, I've never done. And I'm not the demographic and I don't like something. But my colleagues, lovely colleague, all she wants to do is make an escape. And she keeps bringing all of our interns in to say, do you have a need to escape? Can we do one? Can we do one? So please, can we learn about this thing? I love it. Thank you. It's really interesting presentation. And yeah, want to know more.
Something on escape room or else? You want to comment on this?
Escape room, it's we try to adapt to the young people. Keep their land. They
Yeah. It's super, it's really engaging, and I think something that, you know, we use online tools and we need to take it to a new way of learning. It's very interesting to escape. Face to face, yes. Or online.
Sorry for the video, the video is very.
And you should have it by
Okay, thank you. So now we're going to continue the presentation testimony from the practice in Slovenia by Mojta.
Hi, hello everybody. So just another case from our practice actually working in the Entrecompfood project. Actually exchanging a lot of practices, a lot of knowledges with colleagues from Agriculture, from Andalusia Emprende, with Miguel, and also with the colleagues from the chambers, from the AMIA and FIA members. I'm here in my name and also in the name of my colleague, Professor Alex Bucher, who are the co-authors here, but also, I guess, the main wheels, the two main wheels of this project at our faculty. So just a short introduction to the University of, not to the University of Ljubljana, but to the position of the biotechnical faculty within the university. The University of Ljubljana is the largest one in Slovenia. It has actually 23 member faculties and 3 academia members. And biotechnical faculty is actually the largest of the faculties. We have 8 departments. Is it here on the left? And within these 3 departments, in the 4 levels of the study programs, we have almost 3,000 students every year. So within the Entrecompfood project, we were more or less focused on the food science and technology and also microbiology department, because the pedagogical staff that was part of this project is actually our lecturers or practical work holders at these 2 departments. So within the project, we actually had a task to review our curricula, or first of all, before the revision of our curricula, finding the way how to implement the approaches or methods to stimulate or to improve the entrepreneurial mindset in the students or the entrepreneurial competences. Actually, also all of our pedagogical staff needed to think about what these competences are and how they can be actually implemented or promoted in our then technical or more professional courses that are listed here on the left. We were also part of the organization of the stakeholders local national workshop, for which we were in charge to actually develop the co-designed workshop methodology. As that workshop was in the time of the COVID, we needed quickly to switch from the physical workshop. And it was actually a very nice introduction with working all the online platforms, checking them, also with different interaction apps to find the most appropriate ones that were later used also in our pedagogical work. So the tools were nicely presented already by Hugo in previous presentation, and that's why I will not list them or mention them here more specifically, but we'll try to present you 2 examples of how the curriculum was revised or in which activities we tried to promote the Entrecompfood competences. This is an example of the food safety course, where a colleague of mine focused on the student task of the at previous times individual analysis and evaluation of the results, the literature review and concluding remarks, based on the count of the bacteria, on identification of bacteria, which could be quite boring and meaningless for some of the students. And she wanted to turn this around a little bit, also with the aim not just to update the course in the context of the entrepreneurial thinking, but also in the context of the digitalization. So also to change the approach and together with the students prepare the analytical data for the transfer to the relevant translation system. And differently as years ago, when her exercises were basic or were like concluding only with the results, collecting and checking the results with your and other groups. She turned it around and started with the literature data from scientific manuscripts, just for the students to get introduced to the methods that can be used and for the collection of the data, also then for the processing of the data, and then to the three experimental parts, the three exercises, and at the end also to evaluate and discuss the results basing on the help of the literature and finalizing their little project of groups within the groups of students to present it to others, also to discuss the results with others. Another example is the sensory analysis course, which I helped, and actually also here maybe the most problematic unit or activity is actually the seminar, which traditionally is just a review of some relevant literature or some topic in the literature, making at the end some like conclusions, ideas, comments, and so on. And this seems to be very boring and useless for the students. And that's why we said, okay, why not turn this around? Okay, sensory analysis is always dealing with our senses, with what we feel, what we see. So let's prepare conceptual design of an innovative food product that also relies on this sustainable development goals. So students needed to study literature also, or to get introduced also with the SDGs. But at the end, also beside the written reports, prepare their attractive short presentation. Actually, this part was improved this year, as already in the first stages of the preparation for the seminar, we have included the external colleague, Ursa, who gave them a very nice short training about pitching. So this year, students were even better than the previous year. But this is just a presentation how the Jamboard online session proceeded. We have decided to have the first brainstorming about the presentations of their ideas online, as there is a class of nearly 60 students. So it's quite time consuming if we would do it in a classroom, and it's also difficult to find classroom big enough. Also, in the meantime, or in some breaks, to divide students into groups. So this is actually the final results of our Jamboard session, with a short presentation or some presentation points that students gave on one of their ideas, and then the questions that were posed from their colleagues in blue, and the answers that the group has prepared, and the justification that they have prepared then in the break time. In the pitching, I can say that this year, because of the short training provided by Ursa, they were even more convincing and more self-confident, because what we see with our students is that maybe it's also the attitude of the professors, who more or less think that we need to educate, that we need to train a professional to produce a technologically or nutritionally perfect product, but not also to train him or to give him thinking how he will sell his product. Like, this is not part then of the whole product production. And our external evaluator was included also in their 5 minutes presentations, focusing also on the environmental impact, on the possible sales channels, on the production stages. So actually the points that are needed also in the Ecophilia dossier. At the end of our joint session, we have voted for the 3 best ideas using the Mentimeter, and we have also asked them then in Mentimeter to provide some statements. And it was for me, it was very, it was not surprising, but it was very nice to see that they liked this idea, or that they needed to organize into the group to divide the tasks because there was a time constraint to make a schedule that they liked. They liked dealing with a real life challenge, and that the external evaluator present in our classroom was challenging for them, but also like a great prize. For the self-evaluation, we have used the questionnaire that was presented by Hugo with the 4 possible statements where they find their description best in the 7 competences that were the matter of the Entrecompfood project. And here's just the grid from this year when we were able to do the self-evaluation with students before, at the beginning of the course, and then afterwards at the end of the course. And we can see that these years they have evaluated themselves like the greatest progress within the competence on working with others. So I guess for the joint success or group success, this is a very nice result. The key achievements that were observed were also stated by the students that were part of these 2 courses, and also the rest that were participating in the testing stage of the Entrecompfood. It's actually that students also, because there was a PowerPoint on basics of or with the explanation of Entrecompfood competences or Entrecom competences, that they actually better understood what the competences are and what are the entrepreneurial competences. And the students also said that they were very open to explore and search for resources. So actually that not if there is an issue, if there is, let's say, a challenge, not just go with your head down and this is not possible, but actually they have changed their attitude into nothing is impossible. Probably also because we saw or observed quite a rise of the student projects or student groups that have applied for the Entrecompfood Slovenia contest last year. Among the pedagogical staff, we have observed that the awareness of the availability and possibilities of different teaching methods tools has raised. There was a lot of discussion how to transfer them in practice, and there was also the distance learning additional driver because of the COVID and because of the lockdown of the university. And at least for the time being of the project, there was greater focus on teaching methods to promote or to develop certain entrepreneurial competences in students. And I can say that because of the positive response from the students, these changes will remain in our curricula, and this is actually the basis for the further improvements of the curriculum. There is also a supportive environment to promote entrepreneurship extracurriculars. Some parts still intracurricular, like visits to like field visits to some farms, to certain industries, to certain producers, or like open chair, where like people from food companies, startups are invited to explain, to present their work, their challenges they're dealing with. And this is one on the left. One on the left side is the latest startup that was a guest in the open chair, quite an influencer, but students, I guess, got from the discussion with him also the idea what can be fails if you forget about the food science and food technology and only look in the marketing perspective. So that's marketing at the end is only one part of the story. There are also field visits abroad, not only at home. Strong, actually, collaboration with the food industry to present at our faculty in different faculty days or the open chair. A great win or a great, very big star now is the ET Food Hub Slovenia, which has its address at our faculty and also father, mother, and manager in the person of Alex Fuchar. For this, working very agile, very hard the last, I guess, 2 years now, with deep dives to certain parts of Slovenia where where the students then can talk with people from the local companies and deal with or help to solve some problem or some challenge, where they can meet local agri-food startups, where they discuss in like an open table about the local agri-food industry, in which where they will go, where if there are possibilities to find jobs and so on. These are just another photos from the industry, also from the open table discussion. And besides the big activities or the greatest activities that are now promoted through the ET Food Hub, we also organize the career days where students have possibilities to meet, to speak, to talk with their possible employees. And in the last year, additional funds for supporting like mentoring to talented students have been opened at the university. So mentors, it's been the political staff have the opportunities to apply for these funds, and then but also with some mentoring program and to further develop or further work with students who are interested in that. Thank you. Project.
Thank you, everybody. I'm very pleased to be here. I'm Elaine McCallum. I'm from Bantony Education. But just to put that comment into context, I've got a fairly long history in entrepreneurial learning. Started in Wales in early 2000s, moved to the Commission to work on entrepreneurial education policy there in 2012, and then left there after my secondment and set up Bantony. Bantony is a vehicle to develop entrepreneurial learning, which kind of started because I wanted to stay in Belgium, didn't want to go back into government, fancy the change. But really, Bantony is a non-profit. We're based here in Belgium, and our purpose is to support innovation, ideas, projects, actions, and to influence policy around entrepreneurial learning. And this is rooted in belief that this approach to learning is how we can implement competencies through learning experiences, underpinned by that model of Entrecompf, is something that should be available to all, young people and older people in all areas of education. So Bantony, which means away we go in Welsh, is about trying to bring people together to support interesting ideas and move forward in pushing practice, pushing the quality of what we do in this area. And to that end, we've been one of the many organizations that supported the implementation of Entrecompf and has also brought together partners in the Entrecompf community. So today I'm here to talk about the Entrecompf community, which is something that is a group of partners, organizations, professionals, people from around the world now, and that has developed over the last years into something that we feel has a lot of potential and is supporting people to really have that idea that they can do it in their practice, in their learning context, and can bring in these entrepreneurial competencies that we're talking about for their learners, so that they benefit from these competencies that we really do believe are life skills for life, for work, for community, for unicorn creation, whatever it might be, it's relevant. Okay, so the Entrecomp community, sorry about the opportunity to, I'm not quite sure where that came from, is a online platform that offered a way to really become a one-stop shop for people that are interested in Entrecomp, in entrepreneurial competencies, in this broader understanding of being entrepreneurial. I think we've covered the competencies today through the various presentations, especially one from William this morning. You can simply join, it is free to access at entrecomp.com. And you will there find very many people who are interested in common areas. This has not been created by a few people. It's been created by many committed individuals, some of whom are here today. So it's come out of 3 primary projects who I have to give credit to. The first is this idea of a one-stop shop came through Entrecomp 360. Partners like the Women's Organization, partners like Matera Hub, partners like Innovate to Europe, they came together and we thought we need a one-stop shop. This then developed further through a project called Entrecomp Europe, which is actually a COSME-funded project that is the sister project, if you like, to Entrecompfood. We brought together collaborative communities from 5 countries, and then we started to host these communities in an online platform. And further to that, we've gained further funding to support this platform, this community, through the European Commission as an initiative of the European Union, which is a tender, not a grant. And that's where we've managed to bring in partners like EIT Food, Martin is here today, EIT Raw Materials, PEEP, and others, to really broaden the range, the context, the relevance, the pool of people that we can bring in to this online platform. What is it? It is intended to be a space where we can network, quite simply, find people, find organizations who are doing stuff in this space. We talk about our Facebook bubble. This is your entrepreneurial learning bubble. If you want people who are kind of like in your bubble, this is where to come. There we can learn from others through libraries, through micro-learn, bite-sized learning, through MOOCs. We can share our own ideas, our own practice. We can discuss. And we can get recognized through digital credentials that are available on the platform, and also through the Entrecomp Champions Awards, an initiative of the European Union, which we are very pleased to host within the community. So this is a chance to really come in and be part of this. Do you know, it's an entrepreneurial learning bubble, and it brings people together. The challenge with one of these online platforms is to bringing people together is one thing, bringing it to life is another. That takes time, takes effort, takes people, takes energy. And that's what we've been trying to do by bringing more people, more organizations, and trying to create more channels that are of interest. We bring in colleagues from previous projects that are interested in this work, like Miguel, who is one of our Entrecomp Edu teacher pioneers, that we've worked with in the past. Delighted to see you here today and meet you in person again. Colleagues like Entrecompfood. It's really about that opportunity. Who's in there? It's really cross-sectoral, as we intended. The split, we've got a lot of enterprise, we've got a lot of vocational education, we've got a lot of youth work. We've also then got higher education and policy, people who put those as their primary areas. And their knowledge of Entrecomp, a lot of people don't know a lot, but they're coming across this increasingly. South America is an area where we've got quite a lot of members now, but Europe is where we mainly have our concentration. You can see here the spread of people. 83 countries so far, We're looking for Greenland, which is the big bit up here. Anyone know anything Greenland? It'd be lush to have Greenlanders. So really, this is where you see the geographic interest in this area. On a system level, there are many of these partners that are actually working from policy level, as well as then practitioners from higher education, from the formal education system. Coming back to this, let's share what you can do in the platform to really help to understand this network, learn, share, and get recognized. Everything in the platform is mapped to the SDGs. This is something important because, you know, entrepreneurial learning, these competencies, when we talk about them, we do understand that they are relevant to life, but it always tends to come back to business. It always tends to come back to venture creation, ideas creation for economic value. Entrecomp was intended to be broader than that. And Entrecomp is really about this, having ideas, putting them into practice to create value. And if we map that value across the SDGs, then we understand the breadth of opportunity that we have to have a positive impact. And this is an important facet of what we do, to try and really open up that. So firstly, I'd like to introduce you to the communities of practice. These are discussion forums, networks, hub spaces that you can go to meet, to network, to participate in challenges. And these are hosted by many different organizations, including EIT Food. We have one on Entrecomp for food systems. This is a space where you can join and be part of, okay? There are also national communities. What's important is we don't tend to create communities that we can't start and plan to bring to life. And that takes resource and time. So we haven't got communities for every single country. We've got communities for countries that we have people to run those communities in. We have a digital library. There's hundreds of different resources from many different projects, many of them related to Entrecomp, many broader than that, that we try and bring to provide a one-stop shop where you can go and find papers, reports, web links, information, little micro-learning things, project websites that all relate to entrepreneurial learning being developed across the lifelong learning spectrum. And within that library, you can search through different themes. And within that, you've got language, learning sector, practice areas, types of resource, everything is mapped to an SDG. And of course, then you've got publishers, so you can also search by publisher. So it's a pretty chunky thing, this library. If you've got stuff, activity, links, or reports or documents that you want to add, more than happy, please just send them over. We will add them in. Events. We try and keep a very close eye on the different events happening that is relevant, that may be relevant to our audience. And we bring those together in a calendar. So you can see here the current events calendar. Obviously, the Entrecompfood final conference is there, but there's also a lot of other activities, such as the workshop on the transition pathway for proximity and social economy, such as shattering the glass ceiling, EIT Women activity to explore issues affecting women entrepreneurs. Also the European Entrepreneurial Region and much more. And in there as well, you get information on a monthly cafe that happens on the second Tuesday at 4 o'clock. You are more than welcome. About 30 people come together, have a chat, discuss specific themes over 45 minutes, a coffee. And we have learning. We have micro-learning, bite-sized through to MOOCs. And this is where we're trying to explore the different themes that are relevant to entrepreneurial learning across the SDGs, across those themes that we want to broaden this out to make it into being life skills. As I say, it is free to access. You can join. You can also apply for our badge pathway. So the Entrecomp community has a badge pathway, and you can apply to be a simple supporter, or you can apply to even be an Entrecomp champion if you feel you are doing something transformative towards the development of entrepreneurial learning, that you're championing Entrecomp as a tool to help that common language of entrepreneurial learning, to help share this and implement it across your local, regional, national, or European environment. This has been launched back in June 2022. We had our first award ceremony in November. We've got another one coming up later this year. You are more than welcome to apply. We have champions in the room. Martin? Any more champions in the room that I've missed? No, Martin van der Kamp is one of our champions. We have another 40 champions and more should be, Miguel, on the way. Urska, there are organizations, and this is where you can apply to be a supporter. You can go into our website, entrecomp.com now, click on Get Recognized, click on Supporter. Very easy. It's a one-click, add your name, you get a badge. You can share that badge on LinkedIn. To be a champion, you need to share your practices. You need to share insights into how you've championed. But in return, we will profile your work. We will make that work visible. We will offer you the chance to really get engaged in the community and be a voice of entrepreneurial learning for your sector, for your learning context, for your country. And that is an initiative of the European Union, which brings with it further opportunities, always valuable. So I think it's important for us to say thank you to quite a lot of people for the Entrecomp community. It is something that is sponsored by a Welsh edtech company. We don't get the platform for free. If you go to it, it's a high quality platform. It really offers a lot of interaction, a lot of tools in there, and they give us that for almost free. Okay, so I have to say thank you to Thinky. It's powered by Entrecomp Europe. The content development has come very much through Entrecomp 360, and we have a huge amount of support from the European Commission, DG Grow, through the Single Market Programme to develop communities of practice, events, and the champions. So I have to say thank you to all of those. This is an example of synergies. We are trying to create synergies through this community with our partners, and we would welcome further synergies, voices, faces, profiles, champions from the food sector. This is something that, after starting to work with Martin and EIT Food, the tentacles of food systems go far and go deep. And I think it's such an interesting area, having learned about ecotrophilia, to explore and bring people together through. So I really do advocate that you join us. I think that's the next one. There we go. Join us. Go to entrecomp.com. Come to the community and, of course, join the network that is dedicated to Entrecomp for food systems, because your work is very relevant. So hopefully that's something that you can do, you can join, you can be part of, and hopefully we can recognise you as champions. Applications available online right now. So thank you very much, and many thanks for the invitation, and it's been really interesting to hear everybody's work. Thanks.
Thank you, Eileen. Now they are waiting for us for lunch, so we can continue discussion after. Okay, thank you, everybody.
When do we come back?
At 3, we come back.
So dicono che la biblioteca e quello che sì, perché il lavoro che ce ne sono che noi il suo lavoro si non lo c'è neanche e io lo vedo piuttosto dalla parte, cioè questa tua è la giusta. Perché io sono un po'
perché lì non sono dimenticato che 50 persone di una comunità. Questo è veramente interessante. Di meno che fa aspettare un io non ci
non mi ha dato questo.
poi c'è il problema della famiglia si
Veramente tornato sì, ma sto chiedendo poi penso che succede sta arrivando. Yeah, I tried to say it's vabbè, non potrei indicare per me che se no
no, questo è un di noi, è giusto che è giusto che fanno quella il dettaglio è giusto.
stai fai la lista dei livelli, io non sto riuscito con i tuoi, insomma,
L'importante è che si sono questa posizione. Per la stessa posizione.
e costa tanto.
Secondo me ci vuole
No, ma vedi, la gente che
noi abbiamo pensato che ci sono organi, ma lei si scrive difficile stare di questo è italiano, di resto è sto incredibile
Voglio anche avere questa opportunità di studiare tutti adatti. Cioè,
con la verità,
è un weekend.
questa è dai, non avevo che questi casi che giochi ti lascia prendiamo perché si fa per esperienza. C'è una regalo.
Yes, that are much questions.
C'è il senatore che lo taglio per tuo pesto,
Ho detto che se a 60 anni ti svegli e non sai chi è il dolore, probabilmente perché sei morto.
Poi diceva poi, no, stai che diceva, è bellissimo quando sei vecchio, perché quando sei vecchio hai una capacità di vedere il mondo, la complessità, stai bene le priorità, hai una grande esperienza personale, eccetera, eccetera. Dice di solo pensare che sei vecchio. Se sono se no, va, io sono contento di si è provato, lì c'è un video dove fare questo da vita. Sì,
Sei fuori.
si faccia attenzione, ma effettivamente, però per fare una da uno per la come cantare la verità? No, me le poi non sarà non lo sai. Stavo lì, però anche io 5 anni, però poi se può essere uguale, però c'è che deve prendere, c'è un giocatore in giù. Hai ragione. Io per te che ti dico, sai che ti dico,
pasteurized from companies from the bodies, days, so we can let the push goes early, Yes, yes, we'll need to go. Yeah. We can talk about it, did some tests. Yes.
Yeah, actually, yeah, in both in Austria, so we had application. While they were, so this guy was very, he was very proud and he was so very confident and HPP is actually, at the end, it was a solution, also because the
speak a little for the program.
Okay. Okay. But it's expensive. Yeah. And it's expensive. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So maybe. We're going to test something. We, we're going to visit the city.
Oh,
And,
yeah.
we'll, so this is and next Oh, thank you very much. She will transfer that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Especially if I stand up on the student.
Okay.
I just thinking about this, say it's going to be the next day.
Now, we don't, we would like to, the picture of.
Francesca,
Yeah, we like.
ciao, come stai?
Yeah.
Dipende, capito un po' male, ma
Ma che ne so, non so, pensavo che termino copiato. Va bene.
Ho pensiero, io sono, poi guardate a Praga, mi sembra benissimo, no? Sei contenta? Ecco, vedi, sono contento. Speriamo scocciare che non ci fosse un posto. No, perché ha caricato male i dati, ha caricato male i dati. Ah, per quello è incazzato, no? No, perché non ho capito, per quello perché doveva caricare. Però perché mi fai aiutare il Tonio? Però, era bello, l'importante è che guardi bene. Allora, Sara mi ha seguita perché fa un sacco di errori, quindi non seguita. Comunque devi caricare su schermo, devi assolutamente caricare su schermo. Io non posso caricare perché non c'ho i dati. L'importante lo faccio stasera, perché poi soprattutto che ricarichi bene, perché poi avevo è talmente distratto, e che ricarica male, magari l'avevo scelto e capito italiano, perché caricare c'è. E poi se toglie il comandino è meglio. No, non possibile. Non possibile. Bandierate le caratteristiche. Poi devi fare questo. Chiamala e devi stasera di questo. Poi devi stare attenta, devi perderci un'ora, non puoi camminare come un cazzo di cane. Devi perderci un'ora in cui evidentemente capisci se il pittore cagato è corretto. E se no altri ci almeno un'altra volta. Io sono compilare per il serio. Noi ci mettiamo dopo, sai, noi ci chiamano, c'è qualcosa che ha cambiato tutto e di vuole avanti. Oppure valida lei,
il problema di genitori americano, elettroni chiamati. Senti, seconda cosa, il suo documento invece che ci vogliamo mettere. Di incarica, non è all'estero, di incarica. No, aspetta, il documento è noi all'estero o in un paio in Italia. È diversissimo. Allora tu poi il documento spero diviso molto chiaramente. E però tu devi dividere i documenti per dice, la parte 100 devi dividere l'incarico, che è una cosa completamente diversa dalla missione all'estero. No, io inizio documenti di programmazione. Qualunque strategia ti deve dare il tuo limite là. Se fai limitare, no, non devi fare la programmazione, devi fare sempre perché tu devi fare devi fare anzi devi fare allora, per i cavi non ci devi mettere di stare il cavo. In cavi che c'è questo workshop, allora, sì, ma se dice di esempio, facciamo volentieri. Allora, li farei, innanzitutto si fa per settore, per grande settore. Quindi, non è che la frutta deve sentire come tornasse il pollo. Quindi si fa per grande categoria. Grandi categorie, quindi passare vegetali, capito? C'è tutti i formaggi, appoggiati marinati. Poi il settore c'è un po' di questo, no, per le 9 settembre facciamo di più workshop, abbiamo questo workshop formati, eccetera. E dice dei soldi, se un soldi facciamo di più. Diciamo le ragazze mettiamo le ragazze lo mettiamo internazionale, riprendiamo la di ricerca. No, non conosco per settore, quindi già lo conosco. Sì. No, allora questo è sbaglio. Non è stato ricordo pubblicato dopo, perché poi il workshop si condisce con una visita in fiera e con una visita presso 2 o 3 aziende di vita. E poi il workshop, per tutto, poi fare il relatore del workshop, no? Dopo devo farlo. Vabbè, ma mandami lo positiva, perché sono per farlo. Cioè, si chiama prima della domenica, massimo. Per fare il primo fatto si stanno. Va bene? No, stasera. Non guardano ancora. Io ci abbiamo alle 6:30, quindi. Le 4:30, perché poi le 5. 4:30 devo io. Poi il lavoro sono due consigli. Le cose, quanto le invidia, e il bilancio.
Magari invece dice, guarda, per me interessa solamente due settori. In altri che non saranno rifiutati, però non devono circolare. Per loro non c'è fatto, due due, noi facciamo. Visite guidate, visite guidate e visite del cliente. Quindi voi c'è stato coincidere con gli eventi fieristici. Questa è una cosa. Una cosa che si va sempre come un'Italia è quella di fare recuperare il cielo. Quindi di rifiutare una vita virtuale, o anche di fare una storia dell'identità italiana. Quindi, tanto adesso un sacco di quindi in Italia, ma perché poi tradizionali, eccetera. E poi, e poi si fa un po' di strutture, cioè chiami uno che dice esattamente come se le delegazioni esattamente si trovano nei cinesi e come far arrivare alla famiglia. Quindi copertura rispetto ai scienzi, copertura di infrastrutture, trasporti, di mobilità, quindi allora, nel questo workshop l'analisi del settore, poi il giornalista che dice come nessuno, poi lo chef che dopo che fa cena, e poi c'è infrastrutturale che venga essere un dice, perché mi viene in Cina, dice come fare, come sì, come c'è un voce particolare, poi abbiamo detto che del fiera, che si evita il ristorante. Poi ti mandi via, d'accordo? Vabbè, tu devi calcolare, il budget c'è troppo che quindi devi fare il viaggio da tutti qua. Quindi devi fare il viaggio da tutti qua, se vai in italiano, devi fare cose come fare. Quindi queste soluzioni sono o sono di monitorare il modo, capito? Che vedi anche in considerare, o invece si impegna le situazioni industriali, no, informatici, e noi vediamo che politica, allora ci servono dei periodi, cioè dei distributori, paio, c'è politica. No, aspetta, allora, ogni atto di questi signori, l'incoming viene interamente pagato da vicino. E pagano il viaggio, poi il viaggio deve essere tempo, le macchine, tutto. Quindi le spese che si vengono al Giappone costano molto di più che se viene dalla banca. Quindi, sì, si fa il bagno, quindi, non leggi il bagno, ogni persona che mangia per persone invitate. Allora, se bagno per la scena, sono di più, per 10 persone, per 10 persone. Quindi, ad esempio, per esempio, quando si va a ripetere, c'è 10 persone, c'è 10 più, per 800.000 euro di viaggio, quindi questo qua qui, più 3 notti al minimo di albergo, quindi 600 euro, giusto, quindi sono 1000 euro di viaggio. Più 600 euro del Giappone spero sia un bel prospettiva. Più 300 di albergo, più la cena altro 200, più arrivare altro 300, anche il figlio per arrivare, più la mobilità interna altro di 200. Questo è per questo, tanto proprio, a volte è il piano.
Perfetto, guarda. Tutto resto. Non l'ho segnato. Vedete? No, te prego, scrivi. Amore mio. E allora, faccio la cosa, allora. Faccio la cosa, per tirare le confermetti e proviamo a ripartire del dettaglio. Quindi da qui si faccio la cosa. Quindi devo pensare è importantissimo. Qualcuno va a venire a sedere, fare cose belle, perché se fa bene la prima volta, lo ripetiamo per tutti gli spieghi, queste cose le fai subito. Con i bambini, non è che ci devono tornare anche a seccarsi. Se va bene subito e finisce lì, no? Abbiamo chiuso, bene, ma sì, dai, le belle, scusa, fai belle subito, il primo giorno. Poi dici, un giorno dopo tutte le correzioni non si fanno. Ciao. Ciao, ciao. Questo è il Vangelo? Sono Rossi, Daniele Rossi, quando l'adozione, ma se prendiamo le dare lo faccio. Appunto. Molto volentieri. Chi lo fa bene? Un po' di dopo, un po' di un po' di giro. Cose belle. Private. Bellissimo. Faccio delle macchine a Sardegna. Non sono credo, non sono da mare, che va di ad amare. Anzi, l'ascolto. Una linea? Ha una linea? Quindi ci serviamo assolutamente. Il territorio che necessario. La costruzione, cioè si è proprio l'età. Queste molecole nuove, quelle nuove. Chi c'è di vari ah, dove è stato? Ah,
Perché noi pensiamo, perché poi quelli sono andiamo sulla vigna e sulla frutta. Sì. Quelli che venderanno, poi noi possiamo fare nel progetto, possiamo fare una riconferma. Allora, sì. D'accord, merci. Sì. Sì, lì bisogna riparare, sia fare, sia fare l'ascendente, quella generazione fabbisogno. E anche, esatto, tutte e due. E il discrimination e anche un po' sulle policy recommendation, per fare qualcosa di interessante. Noi per esempio abbiamo messo appunto uno strumento che si chiama policy game, dove vediamo la decina di progetti governi, in cui le policy recommendation sono migliorate per il riconoscimento di fatto, dal punto di vista per le loro pratiche digitali. Cosa vogliono che funzioni. Non è d'accordo con questo. No, ma tutto nel 2030, tutto nel 2030, se diceva 2035, 2040, eh, no, poi tu devi stare, non è che fare che però ti piace il differenziato, se tecnico, non pensando di è stata all'interno del peccato, per
No, poi il mondo reale. Benissimo. Certo, giustamente. Bellissimo. Abbiamo un futuro potente. Non vai lì che dove conosci. Sul grande e sul quadrato. Questo è il sì, sì, poi questa giornata. Ma noi, cioè, dunque, noi abbiamo questo difetto, cioè che non partecipiamo con meno di 50.000 euro. Quindi sotto 200.000 no? Esatto, 250, 250, 255, 260, una cosa così che è accettabile, cioè, prego, che ci frega. No, no, non so. Ma è molto bene che si chiama Lugitozzi. Lugitozzi è il capo della ricerca agroalimentare dell'Associazione Consumatori Europea, poi vi faccio dire il nome. Molto più bravi, non so se bene, diciamo. Molto volentieri, molto volentieri. Quando vedo della lista di tutti i lavori, per il partner, spirito così, il lavoro si chiama proprio. Allora, il partner spirito è una esperienza piccola, ecco, no, diventa un tutto. Benissimo. Sì, è troppo fatica, troppo faticoso. Certo. Benissimo, benissimo, sì, molto volentieri. In bocca al lupo. Aspetta di piacere. Precare, Simone. La innovation action, no. The innovation action è la sotto banco. Si parla della persone. Cioè, eh sì, è andato bene. Sì, è fatto benissimo, è benissimo, perfetto. Molto bene, molto bene. I consumatori riporta i teatri o solo perché lo fanno? Teatri, ma ma io c'è il colore, gli altri colori, qui penso di rinnovare, anche il vantaggio, molto di avere il vantaggio, no? Come l'unico parte, che sia da parte, c'è sempre c'è sempre Maurizio Carnavali, questo della magistratura, Maurizio Carnavali, il collega Carnavali. Esatto, perché Carnavali ci copre i consumatori, ma ci copre i consumatori. Carnavali è l'economista. No. Cioè, compete con se stesso. La Bologna ha due fondati sulla stessa cosa, quindi non parla. Vagarini fa così. Vagarini sta in tutte le cordate e poi lavora solo per la cordata che vincerà. Non so se poi magari che il progetto sta anche in altre cordate, quindi devo verificare se sta in altre cordate forse. Vabbè, niente, sappiamo finale, sappiamo finale. Non lo faccio, non lo faccio, non lo faccio, perché poi sempre attivati, sempre attivati. E poi gli EFS finisce, quindi tutto bene. D'accordo, eccomi qua, a prestissimo. Qual è la scadenza della Covid? Marzo? Ah, ci abbiamo un po' di tempo, benissimo. Sì, noi quindi dovremmo stare nel Q1 per ascendente, e poi nell'UP finale. Sì, è ben importante. Tecnici, eccetera, come giusto. Se riesce, questiamo anche le cose quando esce insieme, noi possiamo anche fare assumere la leadership del tutti, secondo me.
Yeah, so good afternoon to everyone. My pleasure. First of all, please let me introduce myself. I'm Eduardo Diaz. I'm the current research development and innovation director in the Spanish Food and Drink Federation. I'm also very glad to be one of the coordinators of the National Alternative Platform for Life. First of all, I would like to, although it's out of the program, a very warm applause to Concha Avila, who's been able to deal with this event, please. Thank you, Doctor. Now, having said this, that is the most important thing of this afternoon. No, I was joking, sorry. It's a pleasure for me to introduce Jonas Lázaro, a well-known person for all of us, who is going to do a presentation regarding the Agri-Food Pact for Skills. Thank you, Jonas. An applause.
Good afternoon or evening. This is the time that we call in Spain the siesta time. So very mean at least for the next 2 hours because that's what that is that we're going to show.
So I'm Jonas, I work for Food Drink Europe, which is an association working here in Brussels representing the food industry. And we with Copacogeca, we are the coordinators or official coordinators of the Pact Skills initiative. So let me open with a question. How many of you know the Pact for Skills? Most of you. But some of you don't know, so I think it's worth just having a very quick review. Perhaps you should know as well that many of the projects that we are presenting that are coming after are also part of the Pact for Skills. So it's important that you should understand that many of the contents that I will discuss now have more content that is within the projects that we'll discuss. But first, why do we need a Pact for Skills? Why is this initiative there? You should know there are 14 Paths for Skills for each different sector, but I would like to highlight the food sector, because we say it again and again that the food sector is the biggest sector in terms of employment in Europe. And in terms of turnover, it's almost there. So you should know that we have about 10 million farms, which means about 20 million professionals, and about 300,000 food processing companies, which is about 4.5 million. And this is direct jobs, but you have to think also of all the suppliers for this, so packaging, chemicals, logistics, etc., etc. So it's a very relevant sector, and it's very difficult, especially for entrepreneurs, as we were discussing before, because the amount of the skills that you need to really understand the whole sector. What things we miss, or what are the objectives of the Pact, is to upskill and reskill the current workforce for things. I mean, some of the issues, this is just a pinch of the issues that we have, but some that are really key is, for example, the generational renewal. So getting young people to really work in the sector. The ecosystem attractiveness, obviously, as I think it was introduction, how young people prefer home office, for example. I think particularly in this sector is not an easy thing to do if you have to work in a factory or in the field. Unemployment in rural areas, as you know, how the rural areas are getting empty going to the cities. And also to reskill, and this is the people that is already working there. And the question is, are they really prepared for what is coming? So it's about SMEs and their survival in Europe. It's about the technological transition, which is happening whether they like it or not. So factories have more robots into it, more automatism. The question is, how can you adapt to it if you don't have the right skills? And then also the traditional sustainable practices. Doing all this, we don't have to lose what we already have. And this is happening in some sectors where you already had this person that knows that you should not crop this kind of field because in this country it's not going to develop. And it's true, but then the future generations will try again and again and will fail. So all this knowledge is relevant. And what is the Pact for Skills? It's not, it was not the job of Food Drink Europe or Copacogeca to initiate this. It was the role of the European Commission, jointly the GROW and the employment, which are the units for industry and employment. In this case, and only in this case, the Agri as well, because of the sector. And they ask Food Drink Europe and Copacogeca to lead this initiative, something that we accepted, and that's why we are the coordinators of this. In terms of timeline, you should know that it's very young, so it's going to be now the birthday from the launch of the Pact for Skills. It was launched on the 18th of February of last year, 2022. Although we started working from 2021, really, on this path. So 1 year to prepare, 1 year to launch. And now we had an event on the 16th of December, but we are meeting in time to get new partners, new interest, and to keep doing this, as this year is the EU year for the skills in Europe. And this is a very relevant activity because many things will come linked to this. The governance structure that we have, it's a dynamic, so don't take this as crafted in the stone, but mainly we have a steering group where we cover a number of flagship projects like iRestart and Fields that are coming after this presentation, but others you will see. And then we would like to have some working groups within, like dissemination, networking, forecasting, measuring what's happening there. And this is something that we are trying to develop. Also, that is key here is the national and regional Pact for Skills. And so I have to say sorry here because some of you showed your interest on these initiatives on the particular regional Pact for Skills, but still we don't know exactly how it links to the overall Pact for Skills. So we know that it will be possible, but we don't know exactly how how this will have to be set up. But we have a number of countries already interested. So if you want to know more, you can come to me. Who are members of the Path for Skills? Here you see some members, not all of them are there. You have some coordinators, which are Copa-Cogeca and Food Drink Europe, with all this membership. But we asked for some members to sign by themselves. So for example, in Food Drink Europe, we have 73 members, and they all consider themselves part of the pact. But for example, Fiab and Anya are particularly signatories, so they have somehow a special recognition there. Also, projects are part of the pact. For example, Entrecom itself is part of the pact. And what's the roadmap? So what's going to happen this year? So we have some things to announce. Some of them, you know them, but the one is the support services from the European Commission. So the European Commission has set a consultancy, which is called ECORIS, to provide support in terms of dissemination, but also in terms of structuring the overall partnership network. As I said, there are 14 and they want to coordinate, but they also provide local help, like how to develop the LinkedIn page, how to land our proposal into the website, how to do the registrations and so on. Funding opportunities, you know, a new call for Erasmus Plus is probably coming soon, although there is still under discussion that is coming soon. Social dialogue calls, horizon calls, ESF. At the end, this partnership doesn't provide funding per se. So it's not a partnership that will have an amount of money to give. It relies on the projects that are already running. So that's why it's so important we are presenting today Irish Startup Fields, but also other initiatives like the AT Food, which is part of the pact, and they are running a lot of activities and they receive funding from a different source, which is the AT. And that's why it's a platform for networking rather than really for funding. Key performance indicators, and that's something that we want to work. Well, we are working already in it, but the issue that we have is not so much in how many members the platform has. That's very easy. Our key performance indicators is how many people is being trained in each country, for example, how many people is being prepared for entrepreneurship, how many people actually needs reskilling. That's data that we don't have. That's not so easy to get. Governance structure, I show you what we have now, but that might change if needed. And then the communication and outreach. So this is something that we are still working on to have a larger communication. How to show your interest on the pact or how to become a member is through this link that you see there. Sorry. So if you go to that link there, you can do your application directly to the platform. In that case, it will be Copa-Cogeca and Food Drink Europe together with the European Commission accepting the members that apply for it. This is something that everyone has to do it now, even if they are part of the pact, because this is new. So this has come this Christmas. That was the Christmas present, to have a platform where people can apply for money. I have to say that because it's not a financial partnership, you don't need the signature of your top level member of the institution. What it matters is your interest as an institution. So you can work as a department, or you can work, because I know how difficult it is, for example, for universities to get the final signature at some levels. So you can work at different levels and actually still be part of the pact. Relevant things to come 2023 is the EU Year of Skills. I say that's an initiative from the European Commission. It's a very relevant initiative. You probably will see things coming. The activation of the working groups, that's something that we would like to do in this coming year, and really to follow everything that is already happening. Because I should say that the pact doesn't really invent new things. We are working on things that are running. So we don't want to reinvent the wheel. And you have Entrecom, which is not actually mentioned here, but because it's the final event today. So we thought, well, for 2023, it's already the ending of it. But we have activities in fields that are going to be explained today. We have activities in Irish Start. We have activities in the AT Food, which are very relevant. We have the EQ vegan activities, Geek for Food, which is a new project that is starting as well, and new to come probably. So that's the point. Obviously, Hugo, I look at you. Perhaps Footpaths have something to say here as well. So that's why your presentation is also relevant today. And what does the pact offer? Mainly it's a networking hub, finding partners linked to existing EU tools, but also working together, because it's very easy to work in silos. well, it's not easy, but, we often do work in silos, and we have to try to be all together so we don't do replicate efforts, and we can take the best ideas from one place to the next. And we can do things like guidance or recommendations in policies at the European Commission or policy state level. And who can join? Practically everyone, but not in a personal base. So obviously many kind of associations, so national, regional, local authorities, social partners, cross-industry and sector organizations, companies, chambers of commerce, education and training providers, by that I mean universities and RTOs, and employment services as well. So all of those can join. And the only condition is to accept the charter. The charter is something the European Commission has, which is based in these 4 points. So if you agree in these 4 points, you're ready to join, which is to promote a culture of lifelong learning for all and apprenticeship, building a strong skills partnership, monitor skills supply and demand, and working against discrimination for gender equality and have equal opportunities. So I think it's an easy charter to agree on. And you're all awake, so I think I was a good work. So. Questions, I don't know if you have time for questions, as we have a very tight agenda. But if not, you can find me anytime.
Thank you very much, Jonas. And talking about factual skills, and I have the pleasure to introduce you Remigio Berrutto, who is working for the University of Turin in Italy, who is going to give a presentation regarding the addressing the current and future skill needs for sustainability, digitalization, and the bioeconomy in agriculture, European skills agenda and strategy within the Fields project. Thank you, Remigio.
Good, Eduardo. Welcome, everybody. I am professor at University of Turin, Italy, and basically I am the coordinator of Fields and Aerostar, the 2 blueprints project that are presented today. The projects are huge, so basically we have also a co-coordination with Daniele Rossi that provides helps on the strategy and the development of important tasks, and then many partners that work with us. So we have about 30 partners in the Fields and 29 partners in the Aerostar. So maybe most of you know about Fields. However, it's about there was a call about implementing new strategy in bioeconomy, in agricultural sustainability, and digitalization. So we made one project that embraced all these 3 items together. Luckily, we did a survey, and as you can see, the survey was on the domain of the project, sustainability, digitalization, and bioeconomy. And we had, something related to business, entrepreneurship, and soft skills. And if you look at these 3 yellow items together, let's say kind of horizontal skills, are about 50% of the total skills we need to provide, which is a good news because that means we provide those skills are useful for many of the sector. And then, of course, bioeconomy is about 23%, sustainability 23% as well, and so on. Okay, these are the focus groups by skill assessment, and you can see that sustainability, the bar represents what are the topic most interesting. So, for example, sustainability was mitigation and adaptation to climate change. For digitalization, but still everyday use digital computers and communication. So something trivial to some extent, but still at the farm level or agri-food level is something that operator needs. And then we have about soft skill. Most topics was communication, and there are also other topics basically. And then for business entrepreneurship, we have business planning, models, and so on. Important. These are the different categories. Then we have the focus group by stakeholders. You see, for farmers, the business planning surprisingly comes as a first item. And then we have the green bar of the sustainability one. For agro-cooperative communication, and then skills about cooperation were also important. For agricultural company, again, business model was the first, and then for forestry was a bit different because forestry is in there, but is a bit different sector. And skills also changed by country. So not all the country have the same needs. So that means although the project is a European level project, we need to still keep in mind that we are a bunch of different countries, that they have different starting point, different problems. So I like to say, for example, maybe in Spain, water quantity, water availability is an issue. It's not an issue in Finland. So of course, those two states, for example, which are in the project, have different goals in training. So the training, although we prepare material curricula at European level, doesn't mean those are the curricula that are going to be taught at country level. So mostly we provide some framework, some content, but then will be training at member state that will find their way to train what they think is most important. As you can see, for example, European level business model is very important. For Italy, farm management was the most important one. For Ireland, again, business. For Portugal, Spain was water. So different that have to be considered. But okay, we are not really worried about it because at the end, a training in Italy or a training center in Italy will adapt the training that is going to fit the market, going to fit the demand. Who is going to basically follow the training? So they are there to adjust, the curriculum they train based on this issue. So we need some flexibility. It's not one size fits all. We need, slimmer things, fatty things, we need different curricula. The conclusion was, that everyday use of digital communication, digital technology for communication is also important. Business planning is also very important. Skill change, so we cannot really, in the strategy, we're not saying what are the skills. And also in the curricula, we did some exercise about prioritizing skills. We did all the, evaluation and so on, but we come up with the result that prioritizing the skill is not really possible because this is going to be again something that changes country by country. It's not like this is the reason why university we have still a humanistic study and technological studies, math and science, so all are important. Okay, so depending on the stakeholder. So basically, we need also some strategic thinking about developing of the skills. The knowledge of the value chain is essential, and we need also for the bioeconomy some more skill on food science and technology. And also social dialogue should be reinforced in a future proposal, involving more the people from the social syndicate, union, and so on. And then we need some country-specific national educational training system. Now, the problem is that although there are European instruments for certification of training and so on, in the reality, certification of training is carried out at local level, national level. So maybe we propose something that at the national level will not be taken. So this is the reason why in the next project that is going to present by Daniele Rossi, we have a specific focus groups on certification at national level, and we are going to involve national agencies for certification to see what they are going to consider for them. Because the national agency are the one that provide money to the bank providers to offer the training. So if I want a course certified in Italy, I have to go to my region, apply with a course. If they certify, they also provide some money for the people that follow the course. So if I don't want a certificate, that's fine. I can do whatever course I want. But people have to pay. If I want to offer this course for people that have some problem or whatever, they are not employed, I need this certificate. So we cannot avoid. It's a huge market that we cannot forget. Okay, also certification can offer a way for providing evidence, the acquisition, so this is also important. And then now let's look at the trends. So this is the trend that we identified in agriculture, food industry, and forestry. Of course, there are very long reports to read if you are interested in. emission, ecological production, changes in farm structure, short supply chain, precision farming. And then there was, new customer relationship with the supply chain. And, they are different from agriculture, food industry, and forestry. The slides are available, so I will not bother you on this slide, otherwise it takes too much time. So the difference is between countries, you see Netherlands, Ireland, Spain, different idea about evolution of sustainable production or business modeling. So there is, different trends. So we define, with the help of Paganini, 3 different scenarios to have a look, okay? In the scenario where that are going to be applied in the domain of the project, which is going to be the digitalization, sustainability, and bioeconomy. Basically, we have a established path, which means the trends will remain the same. So maybe decreasing, in animal livestock, increase on organic production, and so on and so on. So the trends will be the same. Sustainable path scenario where there is more, increase of sustainable technology, sustainable awareness by the consumer that request more sustainable product. And then there is the high-tech scenario, which is not only digital, can be, new varieties, new seeds, everything that is focused on, incrementing the competitiveness, basically, and also globalization. So for each of the 3 scenarios, we have, different, sustainability will be different in the sustainable path, then in the established path, and so on. The same for bioeconomy. So this is kind of general, trend on this domain. So basically, sustainability will be, for example, focused on plant-based consumption. There are new projects, even at European level, promoting this plant-based, supply chain, and IT Food offers summer school also on these topics. So basically, we participate in this summer school as well. So it is a topic, it's a whole topic that also foods provide, if you eat, more kind of vegan things, you will impact less on the world. So this is something interesting. In the established part, consumer look more on the cost, taste, and convenience. And then in the high-tech part is more about healthy personalized diet. So maybe there will be instrument that you can pick, in the supermarket, what fits your diet. So there will be technology that will be more important. I don't want to bother you just to give you an idea of the methodology we use. And then there is a scenario for digitalization. And as you can see, for sustainable path and for digitalization, for high-tech path, Industry 4.0, precision farming will become, kind of hot topic. While in established path, there will be also there, but a little bit less emphasis on this topic. And we'll be focusing more on large scale farming. So digitalization is also it's kind of expensive. It requires also training. So in agriculture, we have some means of production of seeds, fertilizer. You spread them and they work. They have inside, let's say, the intelligence to produce. And in GMO crops that we cannot use. I mean, there is even something more in there. But when you talk about digitalization, the problem is different. Okay, so even here, there are different country by country. You see organic farming area different. So when you talk about organic, is the point. When you talk about broadband, communication, internet, it is again something different. Not that we talk about something online, but then some places there's not availability of online, of internet. So basically we have, different trends in different countries. The starting position of the country is different. And basically, this is going to challenge also the EU Green Deal objective. I have to run a little bit because they show me I have only 1 minute left, something like this. So, okay, basically, we developed this European strategy that is going to be declined at the national level. So we have one strategy at European level and each for national level, which was led by Confagricoltura. And basically, we need to have this management entrepreneurial skills, as a key topics. Then we need to move toward online training more and more. Focus attention to underprivileged groups and differentiation of technical training needs per country. Also, basically, we need to provide courses at the right time for farmers, for people working there. And then also we need to basically certify not only courses, but also micro-credentials, also one-day training. Okay, now this is completely lacking at European level. There was an exit in the news last year in 2021 that European will start thinking about micro-credentials. So it's something that we have to look at it. We look at it in the next project, provide learning for free, but then we need subscription to provide certificates and so on. Okay, then we have also some European, basically, regulatory system, which have to be a little bit refined, and we have to communicate with them. They are in place, many framework, European quality framework and so on, but there is not an integral system of recognition of those degrees. So it's still something to be developed. Okay, we need a skill monitoring, which will be presented later. And this is going to be something that is using the factor skills. The skill monitoring is something to tell us where we are we going. Okay, so basically we need also practical training, online training, and also there are some common basic needs of soft skills for all countries. We need this harmonized qualification certification system and also the certification system for micro-credential. And the new factor skills will be, if we start in a good way, could actually help us in this direction. Okay, thank you. Sorry if I was late, a little bit.
Thank you, Emilio, for your extremely interesting presentation. And now it's best for me to introduce Daniele Rossi, although I guess it's extremely well known by all of you. And Daniele, is now the general manager of the Confederation of Italian Agriculture and Confagricoltura. He's the chair of Copacogeca and the chair of the Confederation of Copacogeca, sorry. And he's going to be giving a presentation regarding the project Restart, regarding the inclusive reskilling and upskilling toward competitive agri-food and veterinary sector, European agenda strategy within the Restart project. Thank you, Daniele. Whenever you want to.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm trying to continue what Remy just said before with the second blueprint Erasmus Plus. Project name is Restart on skilling and reskilling. I have to say that it's very, very important that we try to reskill and upskill on level 4, 5, and 6 of the training. So it means it's before the graduation. Is still the secondary school, the technical school, and the first 2 years after the secondary school. So it's a level of technicians, it's not a level graduate. It's very, very important because sometimes we think about the high executive people coming from masters and PhDs and so on, but the food industry and also the farmers, they need also quantitative, not only qualitative people, with numbers and figures. The Restart is a blueprint project for years, and more or less for millions. And the difference between the fields and Restart is the Pact for Skill Adventure and the veterinary sector inside, for animal production. These are the partners and the countries involved. 38 partners in 11 countries. Main goals, providing innovative and inclusive training, exploring also dissemination opportunities. We built an idea of planning open days, very useful. in each country, 10 countries. Then there are still workers for non-food industry, and also the veterinary sector is there. And the objective is to maintain the workforce. Then there is skilling from the heavy industry. We put a KPI of 10%. They need a bit too much compared to the numbers of the heavy industry to be reconverted, but it is an ambitious project. Then training students 5% to the higher workforce, new entry. And we follow the very interesting project on attractiveness of the youngster. Very interesting, also the Ljubljana experience. And be the backbone of the practical skill for the agri-food sector. Project concept, we have a list, very traditional one, multi-stakeholders approach, analysis of needs, cooperation between the different actors, national participation, member state and regional activities, networking, material creation, and strategy implementation. Sometimes, following the pandemic and the Ukrainian war, sometimes I think that it's a little bit too traditional, this approach. Really too traditional. The shocks are not there, variability and certitude is not there, not enough. Also, when we discuss about entrepreneurship, I think that looking to the young people here, one point that is difficult to teach is the risk-taking attitude. Risk-taking attitude, entrepreneurship is an adventure, real adventure, with a lot of risk, a lot of failure. And sometimes our young students are in the comfort zone. They are not, they don't like too much to go into the wildness of the competition, of the industrial competition. We foster innovation, stakeholder methodology, the open data has been Remigio has this fantastic idea to put the bank of credential inside. It's a very good point because it's a way for our entrepreneur to pick up single modules that they are interested to follow. So it's very interesting solution and certification of that. Impact, global impact on trainers, higher education institute providers, policymakers, etc., etc., and indirect impact in all the food industry, the farmers in general, the seed strategy there. Also, this is very ambitious. When we wrote the iRestart Erasmus Plus project, we had the beginning of the starting point of the practical skill. So we tried to force a little bit the project to shift the project to the practical skill. But I'm very happy if we try to reinvent practical skills also inside a new Erasmus project, to have a new fresh money to build up the practical skill monitoring system. And you see, Jonas was very clear on that. What's about the practical skills inside. Work packages are very also traditional too. They were planned and progress activities. We had a second meeting in Vienna, and we try to brainstorm a lot. People are very engaged, so it's a very good atmosphere of this project. And we have to think always about how to include and to increase the role of the practical skill inside. And here I have to say thanks to Jonas, to Food Europe, and to Dr. Colcerica, to Brown, and to Sam, that the relationship between the umbrella organization, the father of the practical skill, or the mother within the practical skill, are very, they're increasing relationship, very positive attitude, so collaboration. It's a big change compared to the past. The past, there were always some conflicts between the two organizations because of raw material, because of the market, because of the situation in some countries. because of the representative bodies and the legitimation to negotiate. So it was difficult. Now I think in the research and innovation activity and in training activity, there are a lot of rooms of improvement and collaboration. So it's very good. I'm very happy about that, thanks to our colleagues. This is the idea of the observatory. The observatory is a traditional idea. You know, the observatory are there from the 90s to monitor some, in this case, the food system, but the past food employment and trends and so on. For example, I was in charge when I was very young of the traffic observatory. I was a statistician in mathematics. It was very nice to build an observatory in the traffic and urban mobility because it changed a lot the way to live in the cities. So it's very important. But in this case, we have also the social dialogue inside. This is not exactly the real working groups. We have to add another working group on social dialogue. It's very important because we have the negotiation with the trade unions is very important at European level, but also at national level, but also at the regional level. So it's very important to build and to follow in the social dialogue. Another point, very interesting, is the support services from the Commission. They have a contract with the Commission with the Ecoris, is a consultant company. They have tried to help us in organizing the Path for Skills. These are the working groups. We start with we have to add social dialogue group, but we start with very horizontal activities. One is very delicate. It's not the scenarios and figures, not communication, the repository of the modules, what we have done all over Europe in training on modules, but the networking is very delicate. How will be the deeper activities of our observatory? We stick to the European level, the European institution, European negotiator, or we want to go into the national member states. Or we want to go more and more, as Remigius said before, for the certification in the regional activities. Imagine how is the multiplication. We had the Europe with the UK. We have to abandon the idea to have the UK, but there are 37 countries. I don't know how many regions we made. S3 activities show us how it's complicated to involve the regions in this activity, but it means more than 400 authorities that could be involved. It's a huge amount of people and also of bodies to be inside. So this is a choice we have to choose about that. This is our time plan. KPI, staff building, data source analysis, scenario modeling. This is very important for part. Hugo is there, and for that, the part activity is very important for that. Policy tools, training repository, policy recommendation, and then we pilot, and we start with the observatory. The observatory needs money to be engaged. We try to build a business plan. It's more or less from 400 to 500,000 euro per year. It's not so much, but it's not heavy. Imagine that for each working group, we need some people there, maybe 2 people, because we are also the trade unions. So sometimes we need data representation. So it's more or less 10-12 people involved full time, and then we need a lot of young helping people for time. So I think it's something in between 12 and 20 people working hardly in the observatory. Who will pay for that? We hope to have for the pilot next Erasmus plus project, but it's not enough. We have to think what about that's the partnership. How to involve member states, how to involve public authorities on this activity, driving by the private. So it's very strange because it has to has to be driven by the private food think Europe and Papa Pagega. And this is very, very important to stick on this position. Presidency has to be driven by Papa Pagega and the rotation system. But the funding system may be different from that. Any question? Thank you very much. I'm not
Thank you, Daniele. Extremely interesting, your presentation. I don't know if we have a couple of minutes for any question. No? Yeah, please.
Remigio, you have to answer.
Remigio, you can leave.
5 minutes, 5 minutes. Remigio, 5 minutes.
I'd like to ask you mentioned that you are proposing certain methods to mitigate the risk. We also have certain approaches for the practice that very interesting.
Yes, we usually methodology of hybrid learning or AEI. In the US, the Mexican area, we have a ton of people there, but also some folks in. But after we tune it for very easy. And I think because student works, take the single appointment of student and here we find the right way to such that we have a least of time. Some students like it very much, the students don't like it, so we find out how the students get it right. He is part of the that people work. They are thinking of teachers, they're not to be university at the time.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Remigio, for your swift answer. And now, please, let me introduce myself again, and in a different role. As I told you before, I'm the current Research Development and Innovation Director in the Spanish Food and Drink Federation, but I'm also one of the coordinators of the network of the National Football Technological Platforms. And let's see at a glance what's that. We are now currently representing 27 national federations of food and drink industries, more than 26 sector associations, and more than 20 liaison companies inside the food and drink Europe environment. At the same time, we are very well aligned with them. You know, the food industry is extremely important for the whole Europe. Of course, all the figures are very well known by all of you, I guess. Well, regarding both trade and the number of companies that are employing a lot of people around our continent, around Europe. And of course, the food sector is under pressure. Something that you really know, it's that all the issues regarding the dietary, malnutrition, environment, biodiversity laws, the scarcity of resources, climate change, conflicts, wars, you could say, and so on. They are all the cause that provokes concerning about health, sustainability, affordability, accessibility, diversity, inclusiveness, over balance, competitiveness, and the global versus local. And under this disaster, what can we do? Well, we invite you to join to our network. We are representing, as I told you before, the whole environment, not only our network, but also the European Territorial Platform that is managed by Jonas for the next month, you could say, and he's going to leave, and it's been extremely successful at the European Commission. But in this while, Of course, which are the main research and innovation needs for the whole sector, for the food sector, for the food and drink sector. Of course, ensuring a safe funding, showing good practices, of course, introducing new professions is very well aligned with the Entrecompfood project, trying to deliver high-level digital economy and soft skills, trying to reorganize research and tech transfer in between agencies and the real sector, the company sector, and of course, we're thinking about business models, trying to share knowledge, and try to build platforms, brokerage, projects, structures, trying to get input from everywhere, and trying to be more resilient. And of course, being more sustainable without losing the money, because we are talking about a business. And regarding the good alignment between the national food technological platform, our network, and the European technological platform, what can we do? What actions are going now? Trying to ensure the elementary and EU policies, of course, trying to identify, listing, and sharing good practices, trying to provide to the workforce micro and medium modules, trying to deliver high-level cooperative or pre-competitive services to SMEs, elaborating new scenarios, trying to consult among our partners inside our network, or even with the European platform of whoever, trying to provide our priorities, communicate in a good way, be well open, and try to inform and prevent to the food industry, in particular, SMEs on risks and opportunities coming from different sources, public, private, funding, and so on. And last but not least, trying to build a dialogue and strong alliances with other sectors, who are not in particular with the primary sector, or even with the food retailers, or whichever you can consider of that. Well, I do know that it's a list of must that we have to deal with in the next coming years. You have several of them over there, not only the national platform, but also the European one. And my pleasure. We are coordinating now from France and Spain, this network from FIAB and ANIA. We are both the Federation, the National Federation of Spain and France. And my pleasure. I open to your question. Thank you so much. And now it's a pleasure for me to talk to Martin van der Kamp. Martin, please, who belongs to Entrecompfood, and he's trying to give a presentation regarding how to boost entrepreneurship competencies during ecotrophilia competition. Martin, whenever you want. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Eduardo, and thank you for having me here. So, and thank you for everybody that already gave a nod to what we do. We are in many places, and sort of because we have a passion in innovation and entrepreneurship, and particularly in innovation and entrepreneurship teaching. So what I want to focus on today is really what we did for ecotrophilia and what we're developing there to actually enhance teaching and learning. So I think by now, pretty much all of you have heard of Entrecompfood, but you might not know where we're coming from. So we are a sort of a knowledge innovation community, so innovation ecosystem under the European Institute of Innovation and Technology. There are 9 knowledge innovation communities at the moment, and so we're really put in place to solve particular kind of innovation and entrepreneurship challenges in different verticals, different sectors. And so Entrecompfood we do with food system transformation and really bringing in innovation and entrepreneurship there. So we act through innovation programs that we support. We've got a business creation pipeline, we've got a public engagement arm, and then the bit that I'm responsible for is all of the education bit. And what is also relevant to note here is that we're the only innovation instruments that is funded by the European Union that includes sort of education. And so that makes us sort of a little bit special in what we can do and where we can actually operate. So We've got very much passion around entrepreneurship education. I've been working in entrepreneurship education for the last 15, 20 years or so. And for me, really, that's my passion and what I live and breathe here. As EIT Food, we've got sort of three missions. So one is healthier lives through food, the second one, net zero food system, and the third one is really sort of a food transparent, resilient, a fair food system. And I think all of you recognize these. And for me here, the question is, how can we build the skills in people to actually drive these changes? So for me, it's about partly food systems knowledge, but very much also harnessing that entrepreneurship skills and innovation skills such as problem solving, critical thinking, communication, leadership, etc. So we've got our own competency framework that we're working, and then for entrepreneurship, that's where we then jump over to Entrecomp. So we're working very actively with Entrecomp as well. So where we want to work is actually to really see where we can support sort of both employers, individuals that have training needs, but then connecting them with training providers and but also working with professional bodies. And as a result, we would argue that so organizations become more innovation driven, but really innovation for impact. So it's no longer innovation for new products is no longer good enough. It really needs to be about transforming the food system to something more sustainable. I said we've got our own competence framework, but then the sort of the purple wedge is the entrepreneurship bit, and that's where we refer to Entrecomp, of course. But these other competencies are the ones that we say that jointly that's what an innovator needs in order to be an effective innovator for that sort of transformation that we want to achieve. We've got sort of a recognition there that of how people go sort of through that journey. So we've got 4 rings, concentric rings there. The starting point is actually getting a sense of core concepts, then becoming a confident practitioner, really getting to mastery to the project, so to the competence, and that's where it really becomes much more strategic. And then the final bit is about transforming the food system by working through others. So that's much more about mentorship, about thought leadership, etc. And so that means that actually we can support learners in that way. So that's just a very big sort of quick background in what we're doing more broadly. Oh, well, here's some impact figures. These are now a year old, but yeah, we've driven to impact. What I would like to talk to you about is actually what we're doing with Ecotrophilia. So we started last year on that, and really sort of thinking when I was one of the global judges, I noticed that there were some possibilities to actually strengthen what the students were presenting. So what they were presenting was really interesting, but there were a couple of things that we looked at and thought, well, with a little bit of help, we might actually be able to enhance them a little bit. So very much what Urska also was talking about. And what Moshka was talking about. And so for us, the collaboration that we've got is to strengthen entrepreneurial skills, to enhance the entrepreneurial scope for entry. So when ideas come to life in Ecotrophilia, that actually there's more of an entrepreneurial scope for those ideas. And then finally, and that is, I think, exemplified by the team of sort of the sources, is to actually then how do you convert that into actual ventures? And so that's really the purpose of why we want to do that. And so in the competition rules, it now says that you can only enter into the competition, the sort of your wide competition, if you've completed the course that we've set up. And so the idea is that we've got a course that's available to everybody. It is online. And it just provides some support for core concept. So it's really about complementing what is already happening on national level. So say, for example, in Slovenia, the teaching is already very robust. Well, then there's no need to repeat all this, but it is more that to make sure actually that there is a common starting point in across the board for this. When we were looking, we looked at both observing what were the kind of the opportunities to actually strengthen some of the content, but then we also did some research with finalists from the 2020 cohort and some of the professors that had been supporting them about what is it actually that you need. And so we came up with a number of different kind of components. And that was then the starting point for us to design a curriculum around this. The idea here is for that curriculum is to be supportive rather than exhaustive. So this is not that suddenly you get a mini MBA in all of these subjects, but it really is about actually sort of a quick way to get up to speed with certain ideas. The framework that we then have is sustainable value proposition right at the core for it. And so this is one where actually that impact piece really needs to be robust. So how can you articulate your impact in in useful ways that the market is going to understand it? Then, of course, there's some support on the technical side, buying, selling, negotiation, financial plans, but then also the more interpersonal kind of things like teams and roles and responsibilities, and then thinking about how do you actually sort of have the opportunity, how do you articulate that, how do you think about markets, etc. So we've got 12 blocks, and going through all of that, depending on how much you engage with it, it's about 12 to 14 hours of content. And so it starts with actually entrepreneurial competency. So I'm really interested to hear about the survey that you're using, because we've been using a survey sort of ourselves. And so I think there's going to be a lot of overlap there. So let's see what we can do together. Then going from sort of understanding people themselves, understanding the team dynamics, and then it becomes more concrete as you go along. It is all driven by self-learning, so there's no interaction required with with educators in some way, but educators are there if people have questions. So with this, it's just strengthening all of this, and it ends with a mini assessment where the content that the students are generating during all this work, that they get a bit of a sense check. They get a bit of sort of feedback on what they've submitted, and that is then basically helping them strengthen what is the final pitch that they will put into the competition. So we tried this in last year, and for the Entrecompfood students that went into the grand final, they worked through this, and the students that really did that diligently, there were bits and pieces in their presentations that were actually really quite nice to see that it was back. For the coming year, we're opening this up to all the national competitions, and so it's free for everybody to use. But then for the finalists that have gone through this, there is going to be mentoring to prepare them for once they come out to the national final to make sure that they go into before going into the international. But then we also thought, well, actually, there might already be stuff that is happening. So how do we work with this? So we developed it in a way that it's standalone. It can be completely run standalone. So as an educator, you can just give it to the students and that's it. And forget about it. You can completely integrate it. So you can actually structure all your content around this and see how that works. Or you can pick a mix. If you already have a very good session on, say, for example, IP, then you don't need to give the students more stuff on IP. You can just strip that out. So it really is about taking bits and pieces as it scaffolds the overall learning there. But then what is sort of shared is the kind of feedback on the pitch elements, kind of the component that being assessment. That's what all the teams that participate in get access to this. And that should, in our department, at least enhance pitch performance. So we've got a completely international team from all different institutions around Europe. University of Cambridge has been working in there. Airbus, Technion, and then a couple of other collaborators that we've been working with, and they all have tons and tons and tons of entrepreneurship education experience, but also entrepreneurship experience in and around food. And that's something that also really helps in that regard. So it all runs on our sort of learning management system. We use Canvas on this, and yeah, I said it's sort of runs on its own. The students will get a certificate at the end of completing it. That's sort of that they've got this, so it's also part of a CV builder as well. And so one of the things now that we are at that point, yeah, there are a couple of other things that we link to. So Entrecompfood synergies, what Alan was already talking about, we've got a community of practice, which is very much about food systems. This is a scalable model. So we've got basically an entrepreneurship spine. This is the light version. This is a 12-hour version, but we can scale it up to a 40-hour version. And so one of the things that we want to do is sort of check with Ecotrophilia what is happening, and then decide with the sort of the national federations whether or not in subsequent iterations we want to up the amount that is available. We can dial it up or dial it down depending on the need that is there. And then there's, of course, we're always looking for new ways of teaching. So this is one where, yeah, we'll always continue consolidating the content that is there. So I think that was just a very quick run through there. I don't know if you've got any questions. I'm very happy to chat with you, but yeah, I mean, I think the key bit here, this is part of a wide portfolio of innovation and entrepreneurship content. And this is where we've just really made it fit with the Ecotrophilia competition. And we can do that in multiple. So with that, thank you much. Okay.
Thank you, Martin, for your sweet presentation. Now it's time for Stefan Liddy's speech from the Empirical Communication and Technology Research Bond Germany, who is going to give a presentation regarding the findings on entrepreneurship certification from a European project on bioeconomic skills. Stefan, whenever you want. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for the introduction. Yeah, this is about the European projects that I participated in. Promote education, training, and skills across the bioeconomy. And yeah, this will now be about our findings for entrepreneurship education. The project was on behalf of the European Commission's Directorate General Research and Innovation. It took place from June 2021 to past September. Actually, it took 1 month longer, but anyway. Partners here were Deloitte as coordinator, Empirica, and Fondazione Giacomo Rodolini as further participants. And there was one task on entrepreneurship education. So the objective was to find out the availability of entrepreneurship education in what we call bioeconomy relevant study programs. So bioeconomy relevant means that they deal with subjects related to biological resources. That may be study programs that address bioeconomy in total, or that address it in a certain part of the bioeconomy, food sector, for example. And we did this research in 10 selected countries. We looked at curricula, we looked at extracurricular activities, and we also looked at other means. And what this means, I will get back to you in a short while. First, let me present about the findings for higher education programs. Here, in total, we found that in these 640 study programs that we found, that most of them, 54% had no entrepreneurship education at all. So about half. And the other half had entrepreneurship education, but most of it, in most of these programs, it was in passing, so just incorporated in the course on economics, for example. Then there was a certain share of 70% where entrepreneurship education was included, what we call moderate, that may be as an elective, for example. And in a small share of only 3%, we found entrepreneurship education included in a principal way. That means that it is compulsory and also comprehensive. And breaking down these figures into the levels of education, we found that most of these entrepreneurship education offers were in master or bachelor programs, and in master actually were most of them. And when it comes to PhD, there was an interesting finding that there was actually no PhD program that incorporated entrepreneurship education in a principal manner. And that, I think, is quite remarkable because it indicates, on the one hand, that those who will in the future educate students about a certain subject in the bioeconomy will not be deeply trained about entrepreneurship. It also means that the findings that these PhD researchers will have or will get in their studies and in their own research will less likely be commercialized afterwards. Yeah, 10 countries, as I said, and in these 10 countries, there were vast differences between between the countries in the level that they address entrepreneurship education in bioeconomy relevant studies. Found here that Belgium only had 10% of the study program in Belgium. There were no entrepreneurship education offers. And on the other hand, on the other side in Slovakia, it was almost 90% that did have no entrepreneurship education. With actually no clear east-west gap that one might have expected. For example, Bulgaria, and in Bulgaria, we found quite many programs that included entrepreneurship education. Yeah, this one I will skip. Let's turn to extracurricular offers in entrepreneurship. We found them to be important to motivate entrepreneurial thinking and acting. That may typically be events, for example, startup days or startup weeks. It may be events where students encounter entrepreneurs. It may be personal advice that higher education institutions provide to students in form of the consulting and mentoring or coaching, how to turn ideas into practice. We also found several examples of higher education institutions that branded their extracurricular activities. For example, at the Wageningen University and Research, they have a so-called Start Hub. At Hohenheim University in Stuttgart in Germany, they have they call it an Inno Greenhouse. And then in Vienna at the BOKU, there's an institution called BOKU Base. As the professor in Hohenheim said, before they named or they gave their extracurricular activities this dedicated name, Greenhouse, many students asked him, well, I don't know about extracurricular activities here. What is there? And when they branded it, it was just more obvious that there are such activities. So these other means, what does other means mean? It means that there are certain offers, certain opportunities for students or also researchers to foster their entrepreneurial mindset without actually necessarily directly being about entrepreneurship. It may be student challenges, that is kind of competitions that foster entrepreneurial thinking. There may be maker spaces where students just to try out themselves and try out ideas. There may be inspirational outreach events on City of the Future, for example. There may be shared research facilities that students can use. There may be accompanied story writing. That was an interesting finding, where students have to write in the first semester, what is your career aim? What will you or are you aiming at? And they, well, may not think about becoming an entrepreneur, but by running through that accompanied story writing, they get this idea. There will be service matching. That may mean that researchers or students provide services to business by a certain platform. And it may also mean providing intellectual property protection services to students. Important also, the exchange of ideas between educators. There are certain networks. There is, for example, the Association for European Life Sciences Universities, ICA, that has a special interest group for sustainable entrepreneurship education. There's also a platform, a connected educator platform to exchange practices by a European project named Intrinsic. And yeah, these are also remarkable activities. Taken together, so there are, so to say, three cogwheels that can or should turn together. Curricula, maybe the most important part, the extracurricular activities on entrepreneurship education, and also these other means that altogether drive entrepreneurial knowledge, skills, and mindsets. So we did not only do research on higher education programs, but also on vocational education. There we found altogether 295 study programs in these 10 selected countries. In 26% of these study programs, there was entrepreneurship education included. Here, by accident, the same trigger of 54%, there was no entrepreneurship education. In the 20%, it was not. It was just unclear because we had to check the study programs, and it was not always clear whether there is an entrepreneurial element. Similar picture for a breakdown between countries. Quite similar order of countries, and again, no clear west-east gap here. Yeah, these are case studies. So yeah, after that number crunching and the study program detecting, we also did 5 case studies on entrepreneurship education. One about Wageningen University and Research in the Netherlands. They offer dedicated tracks in entrepreneurship on bachelor and master's levels, as well as courses for PhD students, plus extracurricular events, mentoring, coaching, student challenges, maker spaces. So according to what we found, that may be one of the most comprehensive offers in entrepreneurship training at higher education institutions in Europe in that field of bioeconomy. We did a case study about EIT Food, the Masters in Food Systems, as Martin just presented, our EIT Food. They have an all-encompassing approach to entrepreneurship education, considering entrepreneurial thinking and action already from the selection of participants of the program. And they also do a certain learning objectives related to entrepreneurship. They use entrepreneurial methods and study content through to the master's thesis. Then we had a case study about the Technician School and High School for Agriculture in Triesdorf in Germany. That's one of the largest institutions of that kind in Germany. They train young people to run a farm, conventional and ecological, and they provide an actually very practice-oriented education, not only with regard to farming, but also with regard to entrepreneurial activity. For example, including writing a business plan for a farm and having an exchange among the students about that very openly. And they go to real life, they do practice cases with the real life farmers and so on. There, it was also became apparent that is very much dependent on the personal activity of single persons. In that case of the director, was just in favor of such kind of activity. Fourth case, University of Sofia in Bulgaria. They have a master's in sustainable and responsible governance that trains students, or actually also advanced students, executives, to become a new type of specialist in sustainable business development and corporate social responsibility for public and private sectors. They are already in the second year of the program. The first year was quite successful, and yeah, I think it's an important thing to also, not only train entrepreneurs for business, but also for public sector. Finally, University of Tartu in Estonia, they have a master's in biology and eco-innovation with a curriculum that combines knowledge about nature, society, and the economy, and that trains young people to become green entrepreneurs or advisors. So, final point, recommendations to decision makers. We formulated recommendations for decision makers on European level mainly, but also on national level, regional or local level, in governments, education institutions, and civil society organizations. The overall objective may be that every bioeconomy student should encounter entrepreneurship in one way or the other in his or her studies. The first recommendation was about guidance. Provide guidance when policymakers formulate bioeconomy strategies and roadmaps, include entrepreneurship education, what role it can play. Then improve teaching, assure more and high quality entrepreneurship teaching in bioeconomy studies, which may, first of all, mean train the trainers. Then assure support to entrepreneurial bioeconomy students also in extracurricular offers, as they are also important. Improve the networking, encourage cooperation on entrepreneurship education and bioeconomy studies via teacher networks. Raise awareness, communicate the benefits of entrepreneurship education for the bioeconomy, because there are still reservations around about entrepreneurship education for what it means. Then six, research. We do not yet know much about what methods are best to educate about entrepreneurship education. So monitor and compare entrepreneurship education in bioeconomy studies across Europe. So for praise or critique or whatever, if you have questions, you can always get back to me. But if you have questions now, please ask. Thank you very much. It was a web search. So these three organizations that I mentioned had very active assistants who searched the web and the websites of higher education institutions and vocational education.
They went to the description of the curriculum.
Yeah.
To get copies of the and that'd be something that this is
There are links to the final report, of course. I can share that. Yeah, sure.
it's general, but instead of you know, and really practicing, learning, and I think yeah,
This is study on bioeconomy skills that was very much in parallel with this. So they've been looking at agriculture bioeconomy skills as well.
make more big, unfettered knowledge.
But this was just a tiny share of the study that we did. The final report is more than 200 pages, but yeah, I think that can be a very good repository for your work.
That's a good use, a good example of the University of Ljubljana. We did something which is, you know, unprecedented. The University of Technical Economics, and by that effectively we now made a new study by economy. So join the courses of professors from both Elephant Towers. We get it at I think 2024. The first block role that by economy.
Don't rush up after the end of the conference. We have to talk to each other.
So thank you, Stefan, for your extremely interesting presentation. Now it's time for Rui Costa from the Polytechnic of Coimbra in Portugal, who is going to present the European qualifications and competencies for the vegan and food industry within the EQ vegan project, also Erasmus Plus one. Please read.
Es que hay muchos eventos. Si es lo que va a hacer, voy a hacerlo entonces. Okay, sharing.
Thank you. So, good afternoon. I'm Gabriel Karsten. First, I'd like to thank the organizers for inviting me for this interesting event. And will present, give a brief overview of this project. This project is a sector skills alliance, like Fields, but Fields is a now I remember that it's a different category, so it's a bigger project. But so we are the only two, let's say, sector skills alliance in the area of food. So this project includes 15 partners from 11 countries, one ministry, one qualifications agency, University of Applied Sciences, secondary education, schools and industry federations, and the Association of Professionals. This goes from Portugal to Turkey and Finland. It's coordinated by me, by the Polytechnic of Coimbra, and then it includes all the others that some of you surely know many of these partners. Also, I forgot to say that I'm the Secretary General of the Executive Food Association that is also partnering with this project. I will shortly divide my presentation in 3 parts, speaking about the driving forces for the change of the food, of the training of the food industry professionals, a little bit about the back-end trainings, and what we want to do on certification and work-based learning. So first, you say you can find several classifications. I just summarize these ones. There are, I would say, at least these 6 trainings. Of course, not including here entrepreneurship, that is also a trend. But I would say that plant-based food sustainability, automation, and soft skills are 4 big specific trainings, and then in general, the promotion of work-based learning, also the need of mobility and valorization of food professionals, the attractiveness of professionals also, it's also relevant and made us to push us to do this project. In terms of plant-based, you already know that we eat a lot of meat. I don't know about you, but in general, the average person eats a lot of meat, and you can see plots in many ways. This one is about the protein supply from animal foods, and you see we only need 60 grams of protein per day, and just for meat, we can have much more, like Hong Kong, for example, United States, but we just need 60 grams from all the foods, not only from meat, so we don't need any from meat. But still we eat a lot. And you can see that the protein consumption increases is proportional to the GDP per capita. So eating less animal foods probably means cheaper food. Nowadays there is a big funding on alternative proteins, and you see this good signal. They have this search that there was an investment of 14.2 billion until November 22 in 2022, and 45% of that spending in companies was for plant-based technology, and the other 2 alternatives, meat alternatives, were fermentation, which had a 39% investment, and cultivated meat that now is accepted in Europe, in the United States and in Singapore at least. Much of this investment is also related to business to consumer products, not business to business. Business to business has 18%. And if you look in the shelves, you'll find many different alternatives, and these alternatives can be divided in these four big groups: alternatives to dairy, to meat, to seafood, and to eggs. And you see that by 2035, the projections are that from the dairy plus dairy alternatives, 40% will be alternatives to dairy. So plant-based, not dairy exactly. And 22 from the meat or meat alternatives, 22% will be for the alternatives, less for the seafood, and also then less for eggs. Also, if you see this by region, of course, this is depending on the population, and China has a big effect. So China will have, of course, the biggest consumption of alternatives, and India not so much, because India is already a vegetarian country with at least 30% of the population being vegetarian. So this change will not affect so much India, and of course the US and Europe will see these changes. And then the relevant thing for plant-based food and the alternatives to dairy and meat is that we are in this low range in the beginning of the development of this project, so of this trend. So the new products are coming out every day or month, and but we still will have the increase of the consumption that will probably be established, finalized by 2040. So this S-curve is a typical S-curve for the adoption of anything that is new, any technology, the computers, the cars, etc. So we are on the bottom of this curve. And you can see that in terms of what is less developed and more developed, we will say that now consumer brands are more developed, plant-based food alternatives are more developed than the cultivated meat and fermentation. The dairy are more developed, and in terms of region, North America and then Europe are the ones that had more changes until now. So these changes led us to prepare modules on the technology of these analogs. So meat analogs, fish analogs, dairy, eggs, and vegetable drinks, plus some notions on nutrition, the diets that are important, and of course food safety and food product development insights. So these are training that we developed and we are trying now to deliver to the food industry. But of course, we want to change also our degrees because usually we supply, for example, one technology, dairy technology, but we don't have this training already yet in the bachelor degrees and master degrees. The second biggest trend is sustainability, and you know this image related to the production of carbon dioxide, and that the meat produces the biggest part of it, and even compared to air travel produces much more. And so this kind of information scares consumers and motivates them to eat less meat, at least, if not eating at all. Additionally, the relevance of the food industry or the consumption of food is very high on the production of current emissions, and even though we cannot avoid apparently to reach the 1.5 threshold by 2030, we still have a big role in the decrease of these emissions. So this is important for the food technologists to know. So we have also a module on this to have where we teach energy, water, waste, critical points, food waste, waste management, food byproducts, circular economy, green economy, and environmental footprints. The third topic, big topic, is automation. You know that there are four big trends on analytics, automation, and artificial intelligence, from digital delivery, data science, tech engineering, automation, and robotics. We focus what we think is more important for the food industry operators and technologies are the automation and robotics topics, and we have a module on this, on robotics and automation. This contains then 4 big topics: ICT, automation, robotics, and may have some electives. This depends on the country and on the organization that will deliver the training. The 4th big topic of trends of our trainings are soft skills that they are relevant, and they are for many reasons. I'm not going to explore them all, but a simple reason: ethics. You need to train our operators, food technologists on ethics, not just for professional purposes, for their professional behavior, but also to understand the consumer, because ethics nowadays is one of the big motivators of the change of the consumer when they buy something. So we have a module on ethical and what we call ethical understanding. But of course, then we have modules on other soft skills that are important for the food industry, like the team working, obviously, and also problem solving, active listening. Then for other, for these ones that are in black are for the lower level, level 4. Then for level 4 and 5, then for level 6 and 7, it means bachelor degrees and master degrees. We try also to reinforce the development of soft skills on planning and organization, leadership, self-awareness, self-management. Our training, of course, is aligned with the trends of future education, the trends on reskilling and upskilling, and a focus on learning. So all our modules, they have a big on-learning component, especially if they are for food industry professionals. They don't even in Portugal, so we don't have such a big population. So if we do the courses in Coimbra, we don't have enough students if we just focus on Coimbra. So we can go, if you use online, we can take students from professionals from the north to the south of the country. So this is also a reason for the online. So these are the 4 modules, and soft skills usually it's integrated on the other modules, not offered as a separate module. We are doing this for these levels. PQF 4, we call it for the food operator. PQF 5, food technician. 6 and 7 for the food technologist and engineer. And this is in line with the European qualifications framework and also with the international level organization ISCO, and also with the ESCO, European Skills, Competences and Occupations. We also want to work, we are working on certification and work-based learning. We have a work-based learning database that we are building, and the hope we have many offers from companies. We will produce guidelines for work-based learning and recognition of prior learning. I think Martin was speaking about this during lunch. And we are in contact with the ESCO because we are suggesting that the change of some occupation profiles they do to try to improve, to try to update the skills they have there, because they don't have so much green skills, neither automation skills are until now planned for the food professions. Usually automation is for the future. We want, of course, now that we are already training, and this has been done by some universities since a few years ago. I think it's time for them to include the skills on automation and robotics on the food professions. Also, we are working on certification of job profiles, and here we are, although our initial idea was to work on the certification of job profiles, we think we need to move into skills certification. So, this is the year of skills, so it's appropriate time to do this. It is known already that if a company hires a worker based on the skills that he has or she has, rather than the degree he has or she has, it's 5 times more effective than hiring by degree. It's also 2 times more effective than hiring by professional experience capacity. Then we also want to promote change from paper credentials to digital credentials. And here we are going to have a seminar given by Europass, because they have a tool that can be used by any, it's available by any university, any training organization can use this tool to deliver the digital credentials. So this is, I was going to ask Mark about the certificates of the Entrecompfood. Then if you do it digitally or on paper, then digitally.
Let's talk.
About it.
Again, don't run up after the conference ends.
I can use here as well, because we developed the micro-credential systems for sustainability management and KPIs and you, so.
But you did the programming of this digital
Not digital, but it's a micro-credential system. But yeah, for sustainability manager.
Right.
Okay. SCI and 1.6. Okay. We are also providing for the credentials. Yeah.
Yeah, that's almost there. So this is our website. If you want to give a look, it's just vegan. And also we have a second website where we put our results. The other presents our project. This one is to maintain after the project. We are disseminating trainings and what we do on certification and so on. So thank you for your attention, and I open to questions if you have any.
Thank you, Rick. I guess we will have time enough after this event. And now it's time for the B, who is very well known to all of us, and now he's presenting the national agriculture product.
This is the PDF.
And Hugo is also the coordinator of the food past project, that is pharmacy, that it will be the new basis for this and other system new structure inside the European Commission program in a few years. And also it's going to provide us info regarding the engagement of the EFOS inside this structure, these inside at the same time within the. So now we are dealing with a new version, with the newest version of the food pass project, and that's it. Thank you, Hugo.
Thank you very much for the honorable invitation and for being with you. I am not normally working in your area, so I've learned a lot. I don't know if you're going to learn something from me. If not, very sorry. Drink an extra wine at the end. If yes, then I'm also happy. Because what I'm going to do is not directly talk about skills for entrepreneurship. I'm going to talk a little bit about the future developments in the area of sustainable food systems as set by the Commission, with which is a combined European Commission and Member States initiative. And it's quite big, and education will hopefully find its place in it. So I will talk about the partnership, sustainable food systems, and because that's quite a big initiative, I will say a word about the preparatory action that is there to develop the prototype partnership, its blueprint, its business plan, you can name it as you wish. So I'm going to talk about that. Why there is a need for a joint action at the European level in this domain, I think that's very clear. You can read all the reports, you know the figures and so on. They are also mentioned today. And therefore, there was a group since 2019 set up by the Commission of Experts in different areas to develop a program for such a partnership. The partnership is a new vehicle. I don't know who is familiar with the partnerships in Horizon Europe. No. Two. So I need to say something here. There are 49 partnerships for CE Europe in all areas, transport, medicine, car industry, and also there are 6 in the agro-food area. And there is, out of the 6, only 1 that's focusing on post-harvest. So more or less the domain that we are today talking about. Those 49 are considered as the largest program for the Commission, recent research. And it is research and innovation, but of course, if we look to innovation, we have to get food. So we should not replicate what they can do much better. So we focus a little bit more on the research part. Those big vehicles are a combination of funds from the member states and of the Commission. The Commission in the one of food is bringing in about 108 million euros. That is 50% of the budget. So in total, the members and ships co-finances still about 500-600 million euros. So it's a starting budget for the 7-year function. And that is just for research in the area of sustainable food systems. So that is quite a large sum for such an area.
There are 6 in agri-food, so 3 billion euros available for research in the coming years. That's not nothing. And therefore also there needs to be a good agenda developed. And there are several here who were involved, and Jonas was the one who is also in the coordination team for defining it jointly with quite some others. So why do we need to focus? The issues in our domain are so complex that we cannot do it individually. Often skills are trained individually, evaluations are individually. We see it daily at our universities, but those challenges are so huge that you can only start to work on it collectively. So that's also what the partnership likes to do, and of course it hopes to help in the acceleration of the transition. Not a little bit sustainable, that doesn't mean anything. It's either sustainable or not sustainable. Our future generations, multiple, has something to eat or nothing to eat. So it is yes or no sustainable. And so I think we all need to move to the yes. The food basket is just a preparatory action, as I said, with a wonderful network. I come back to that. And then it's all for setting up this future big partnership. What are the focus areas of the future partnership? It will start the future one at the end of 2024, because there is a poll launched, the member states are now organizing themselves and so on. And they focus on 4 thematic areas: change the way we eat or what we eat. That is mainly focused on sustainable healthy diets. The second, change the way we process and supply. The third, change the way we connect as citizens, so a lot about the food environment. And the fourth is about change the way we govern the food system. But a project, either from an entrepreneur or from who is focusing on the development of a specific technology, will not be funded. It needs to be looked at from a food system lens, which is defined as we need to look at it from different angles in the food system. So if you focus on combined technological and organization and social innovations, with then developing science base for that, then you can find a place for your projects in this area. And this also, if you as a group of companies are interested to build a science base, in that sense, you have an opportunity to be funded in the future by this partnership. There are 4 activities which should make all the work that is done here happen. The first is, of course, the co-funding, how to deal with 500 million euros in a sensible way, how to get returns with it. But this is between member states. There will be also an observatory. The word has been mentioned. I will not go in detail, that's going too far. Another term of food system labs everywhere in Europe. There can be fed labs, there can be experimental restaurants, experimental supermarkets, policy labs, city labs like in Milan. It's the Museum of Milan and the community. The experimental areas where you can interact with citizens.
And knowledge sharing, of course, is a key topic as well. So that is the content of it. We are working to it as asked by the Commission, and they have used the word inclusive. It's a fantastic word, but what does it mean? We all say, oh, we are very inclusive, but are we really inclusive? Never. Even though we were also asked to be inclusive, so we discussed with our core group, how can we be as inclusive as possible? That means that we need to have representative from communities, from regions, from national level, funding agencies, ministries, European level, GNCs, EFSAs, and so on, global levels, FAOs, or One Planet networks. So we have tried to do that on the public and the private side. So we can bring here and go back to data. We also have included the foundations, because I don't know if you work a lot with foundations, it was not mentioned in the presentation of the young students, but the budget of foundations is somewhat larger than the budget of the European Commission. In total, about 10,000 foundations in Europe have a total budget of 1,300 billion euros. They have out of that a running budget per year of 80 billion euros. So for all kinds of, let's say, the out-of-box structures. So it's an enormous sum. And their mother organization, Filia, which represent those foundations, are a partner in our network. So we hope that they make this work possible, and also for you, that they help the young entrepreneurs to build solutions in this area. Now, there are others which I forgot, but with Rui is, of course, active in our network. Seki, the science community, is active, and for which I'm sometimes active. There are some others as well. What, if we are building this partnership, what are the topics that are of relevance that we need to develop? We need to develop something about food system approaches. Fantastic, we talk about it, everyone, and we need to foster, we need to transition, but what do we need? That's a big question. You can write it 50 times in a document, and then you think we work on food system approaches. But the first question is that if you're a system engineer or not, I'm just a very basic, simple physicist. But if you ask them, it is driver, which is impacting activities, which is leading to outcomes in their feedback and feed forwards. That's the most way. But if you look at the project, there's nearly nobody that already fulfills this very basic requirement. Second is, they often say, yeah, we have multi-actors, but multi-actors can be as dead as possible. I remember Dutch parties where we're all sitting in a circle with multi-actors and we didn't say a word. I did that party, then nothing moves. If you are in Italy and you are with multi-actors at a party, you don't hear anything anymore. It's a chaos. But so that's the other side. Somewhere in between, we have to balance this multi-actors, and then we can do something together. So I think all those topics needs to get a sense in this partnership. Develop co-funding strategies. I think one issue which is very important for the audience here is the co-creation cases, which needs to be collected, analyzed, and how can they serve for others in Europe as an example. The universities, they often have campuses, and already mentioned, which are very entrepreneurial, and we work on the topics that are mentioned there finally as well. So what is the idea? This partnership as a bird, it should be able to fly, it should be able to contribute something to our environment. This it should be capable of learning and adapting its courses based on the activities that will be done in the partnership. Now that's an image of how the partnership should function. What are then the skills needed? And then I stop also for the time, but I have some additional slides for you that you can use as homework if you wish. I think for the skills needed, the first is working collectively. We all realize that we have some good skills, but we have many more weaker skills. Luckily, that allows us to work together with others. But how to recognize them? Who is the out-of-the-box thinker? Who is the one who is the executor, or how is the one who is the manager in it, or how is the one who makes everything running? To work as a team is far from easy.
you need to be confronted with your own weak points and do that in the correct way. So it's fantastic. I was trained in it when I was young and I always had coaches. My secretary was my best coach. He was so much better in effectively working than I did. So I learned a lot from her. Take people who are not afraid to say where you're not. So I think that this is working collectively is easy to say, but difficult to do. I think we need to have a little bit an understanding about what does it mean thinking about food systems and also having a place in it as a company. If you're today we talk a lot about circular economy. Now, first, it doesn't exist. But second, in a circular economy, if you are positioning yourself as a company, you become, if you look to the word, the meaning of it, you become supplier and demander at the same time. So you become responsible for what you produce, not only for others, but even for yourself. That changes something fundamentally in your way. That can be after many steps, but you will always be confronted with what you're doing. That will definitely change your way of doing your business. So I think to think about it is very important, and maybe we need to have many discussions about it. I also don't know it, but it's interesting. It needs to be debated with others who are really working. I think we need to know something about how food systems evolve. It's a very important point. I come back to this definition of commitment. Whatever we do, we should not compromise our future generations. What does that mean? It means that the music that we hear today should also be heard by others. So the musical wave should never die out. What is the characteristics of a musical wave? It's kind of a balancing pattern. And what is characteristic for a balancing pattern? That is balances between two limits, lower limit and an upper limit. Why do we have sustainable development goals which only have a lower limit, not an upper limit? So is that then an indicator for sustainability? Yes or no? I think those questions we need to ask ourselves. Are we able to provide future systems that are really sustainable in the meaning that was given to them? And I think that is also at the community question that we need to ask ourselves. So there are questions in that sense, the thinking and working in systemic ways and seeking synergies. I've just given some ammunition for you. You may ask myself, yeah, this is all abstract and so on. Yeah, definitely you're right. But we do it not for nothing. We try to preserve our rich cultural heritage and do it in a way that hopefully makes sense for our future generation. We can do it in ways where all people are involved in. I've used this image many times. We use it at the core of our food policy framework. And why? Not that game theory, economists say game theory is coming from the economy. That's not true. It's coming from mathematics. But what is the advantage of using a game that all people can play with? You can play with your citizens, with your neighbor. If you're going to talk about food systems, your neighbor will run away and try to find it somewhere else. If you're going to talk about food systems as a game, it could be that your neighbor is not interested in also lines to help to work to the solution of tomorrow. So you can use concepts that are so interesting that hopefully all people will join. I will skip all the others because otherwise you fall asleep. That is not my main ambition. I like to say a final word. The Commission in its Green Deal and Farm to Fork strategy puts in fact something that I think is a trigger for us. We often discuss sustainability of food systems from a very, very negative perspective. It's true, if you look at climate changes today, if you look at the uncertainties we face about the food prices, which are driving a lot of families really crazy how to buy food today and tomorrow. So in a way, it's not an easy and it's not a positive story. But we have luckily in food also something that makes us happy, and that's the quality which was shown by the other. I
think that should be our driver. How, from a gastronomic point of view, can change our course circulated and reduce is that lower waste and so on and so on. I think it is in the farm to fork strategy. It is a little bit hidden, but I think we have as a community, we have an option to change our courses, and let's do it with at least a positive intention. I'd like to thank you for your.
Thanks much. I'm very convinced that in the next few years we are going to listen to the food plots projects everywhere, and I'm convinced that it's like the triggering of new things for all of us and news. And last but not least, we have the presentation of Lisa Fountain Walter from Filippo Fountain. She's going to present the model behind the cookery ambassador training and to support young food chain makers in translating an innovative idea into action, discover the model and reliance on OIND on 7 different innovative ideas. Sorry, and the military did very well. Thank you very much, Lisa.
Thank you. And yeah, I am the last person standing in between you and some drinks, so apologies. I will go to something very, very factual and very concrete, so I hope it will help to keep you awake. So my name is Lisa. I am working since about a little less than 1 year for Ilvo, and I'm working on the Coco Liado project. The aim of this project is to reconnect consumers and producers on one side. On the other hand, we also want to improve the position of the farmers in the value chain. And how do we want to do this? Well, the Coco in Coco Liado was not accidental. We want to co-create the solutions, and we co-created them together with our ambassadors. So these are our ambassadors, or at least it's probably not all of them, but most of them. They are more of a group of about 40 young-ish food change makers from all over Europe. Some of them are actual farmers, some of them are journalists, some of them have zero food waste restaurants, for example. So they involve something which is really passionate about food, which is what combines them, and willing to change the existing food system. And doing such a thing is, of course, a big challenge. So we try to support them in that. They are not reimbursed for their time, so they come to us solidarily. We just provide food, lodging, and travel. And of course, we try to inspire them through our ambassador trainings. We have in total 3 trainings during the lifetime of the project. Each training is 2.5 days. And it's always the same group of ambassadors, so they get to know each other. Another tool that we use to help them to create solutions for the current food system is our seed initiatives. It's basically startup ideas coming from our ambassadors. They were all asked to submit their ideas inside the project. These ideas will have to have some aspect of course, reconnecting farmers and consumers, improving the position of farming and value chain, to have some kind of focus, of course. So we asked them to submit ideas. We got 20 submissions. 6 of those were selected. And what was in it for them? Why would they want to be selected? They would get a small budget. The budget would only, unfortunately, be used for organizing workshops in their local regions. And also we would use the ambassador training, the second ambassador training, mainly to work with them, together with a group of other ambassadors, they would co-create this solution and bring it to the next. And today I would like to show you the model that we use during this training to help them work on their ideas. So this model comes from a book on system thinking. We adapted a little bit. We mixed a little bit with some business model canvassing and some lean startup in there to make it a bit more directed to entrepreneurship. Because I think in developing this model together with the other partners in the project, I experienced very close to I have a business background and also a scientific background. And I met a lot of resistance. So the scientists were like, oh, I actually literally asked, is this not a business?
So that's a challenge, and I think that's I'm very happy to be here today because of that. Because I think the link that you're trying to make between science and entrepreneurship is very important, and I think it will be one part of the puzzle in solving the big challenge that we have.
Okay, so there's not just a model. You need a model, which I have. So it's not that this is a perfect model. We just want the goal of the training was mainly that they would learn to use a model, a systematic approach to apply that on, in this case, the seed initiative they were working on, which was not for all of them their own project, which is fine. But the idea is that if they go back home and they have another business idea, they can apply to that one as well. So just a way of thinking that we wanted to stimulate. As always, we kind of started DNA. The DNA of the project was clear. It's the DNA of the Co-Creator project overall, position of the farmer, reconnecting consumers and producers. But what did we do? What tools did we give them to achieve this? We organized patient training online. And of course, yours did this so that they know be prepared to pitch their ideas. So all the seed initiatives that were selected were again put on stage and pitched their idea. And after that, we just had a fun exercise, some kind of an algorithm to divide them into groups. And at the end of that exercise, they had the free choice of talking with each other, networking a bit, and finding out which group they wanted to work in. Because it's quite important they would be in a group that they like to be in, that they would have fun during the next couple of days. They already knew each other at this point, so that was important, I think, to have some kind of trust already. Next step, the next part of the session on the collaboration model, we have made them state again very clearly what it is exactly they are doing it and why they are doing it, why they are doing it personally and why they are doing it from the project or from the seed initiative. So those 2 levels. And of course, also getting to know the team. So the capacities are also, who is in this team, what are different skills that we have, what are we potentially missing? And then here they also had in their student binders the full list of all the partners that were present there today. They were through the training, they could reach out to them during the breaks, they would be available for feedback so that we could support them in as many ways as possible. Was basically done using Post-its and so very basic, not something very complicated. Session 3, which is I think the most challenging one of the training, it's identifying and testing your make or break assumptions. And here we looked a lot at the lean startup. So it's very important. All these entrepreneurs, when you start a project, they all have this great idea that everybody's so inspired, the project is going to be great. They really believe in it. That's why they are an entrepreneur. If they don't believe that, they will not be one. But quite often they don't have a feeling of what their customers really want. And the problem is, you can't ask your customers what they want. Has been before done that they would have said, give me a faster horse, and we would never have had cars. Might have been good, but okay. So you need to find other ways of uncovering the customer needs. We try to give them a good exercise to do so. Of course, once you have uncovered certain, or you think you have uncovered certain customer needs, you need to test and validate them, that you are certain. And based on that feedback, you might have then new theories that you need again, or new assumptions that you need to test again. And that brings us to the build, measure, learn, loop in startup. And we really try to give them very clearly message that their seed initiatives, their startups, they are tools to learn fast and efficiently. It's not necessarily about the startup itself, it's about the learning behind it. So we gave them, of course, some basic training so they would be familiar with the lingua that is used in Lean Startup. And then they did the sabotage exercise, again, more thinking exercise, where we asked them, okay, in your groups, think about the project at hand. What are all the things that potentially could go wrong? Which things could really break this project? Which are the things that are? So they had to sabotage their own ideas. then cluster those ideas and find solutions for it, of course. But that was the first way of making them become critical of their own ideas. And here we learned quickly that we should prepare our seeds leaders to do this exercise. So we didn't. In hindsight, we shouldn't. To be critical of their own ideas, it was scientific. So there's always a seed there. It's such a normal thing, but the psychology behind it, we should go them. This will be a learning exercise. Don't be challenged by it, don't be offended by it. The idea is to make their idea better, but they're all quite protective of their ideas. So, that was something that we learned. Next, so once they had these assumptions from the sabotage exercise, we gave them some tools of tests so that to test them. Of course, we cannot. During the context or setting of this training, we were in Pamplona in a very nice hotel, but there were no people outside. So the easiest way is, of course, go outside and talk to your customers or do some experiments. But there were no customers around, so there were Spanish customers, while some of these initiatives were going to take place in Slovenia. So we no use to to go and talk to people in Pamplona. So we mainly explained them how they could potentially develop a minimum viable product. We gave them examples from agriculture, examples of how other businesses had approached these MVP tests, and to try to inspire them in such a way that they might be able to translate this to their own project back home. And then during the training, we did make them do a role play exercise where they had to. So they had to act out a situation in which they are trying to sell to their customer. And we had script, but we knew this initiatives, we had prepared some sabotage cards, let's say, some so the other person would have this mission like, okay, we have to do this or that to make it difficult for the other one to sell. The idea is that in this way they would learn to take a place in their customer, they would learn to take this customer mindset. So I think that's the first step that we wanted to achieve. The idea is, of course, that they would then adapt their hypothesis and maybe pivot if it was needed until they would find a working business model. Okay, so that part of the session was be very critical of your own ideas. So it was hard. After this one, we brought them back a bit to a high by talking about practice. So this was we wanted to help them set up a roadmap. So basically a set plan to change and to make that a bit more inspiring. You start 3 stages of your project. You have different actors involved, and in the bit you put the actions that every actor could be doing at certain stages. But we said, okay, first 3, close your eyes and think about stage 3 of your project. How does it look in the perfect world? Because those have to realize that anything that has ever been built, constructed, developed, they all start with creativity. So start with you. And then from there, work your way back to what is needed in the stage before that and the stage before that to make it really happen. So in this way, we ended a bit on a high, let's say, and with a critical note. And then it also gave them the starting points to have a bit of a tool to get start planning. At the end, we again did some pitching. We asked somebody else from the group, so that's as many ambassadors as possible to have a chance to do a pitch in front of all of them. So we ended with a pitch again of the updated business plan. And then, that was the ending of the training, more or less. If you would like to hear more about these trainings, we have the wonderful guys from Rural Youth Europe who make a podcast called Rural Voices, and they have done like quite a long session interviews with some ambassadors, with some partners, and we get a good idea of what was happening during the first 2 trainings. The next one is in Riga and it's coming. So be watching out for that one. And that is all that I wanted to tell to you today. So thank you very much for your attention. So any questions now?
I prepared a very long speech, so it will take another half an hour just the conference. No, I think really thank you so much. Thank you, Concha and FIAP, to really organize everything and to bring everybody together. I think was very nice day. I learned a lot. I have many new ideas, and also I encourage that you, if you have a chance, you stay with us for the networking coffee, because without people, we cannot do much. But once we have people engaged, we can achieve a lot. And I think we have a bright future in front of us. So I encourage you to stay and to join us for the talk. Thank you so much for coming.